Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to the Stage of Reason this early Sunday morning. Yes, I know it's super early for a lot of people, and I apologize for that. But we do this every third Sunday of the month, so I'm glad that y'all are hanging out with me this morning. It's always fun. This is I'm thinking about expanding it out, but right now we do it every third Sunday. So, how are you all doing this morning? Yes, I was looking at something online. Apparently, I was looking at. Occasionally, I go back and I get notifications for comments on stuff that I do, and apparently on the collaboration video that I did with the skeptic, I made somebody very, very mad. They were not pleased with how I treated Father Casey in my takedown video. So apparently I was a little overly savage, I suppose, and they were mad at me in the comments, and it was funny. So I actually invited them to like come onto the stage this morning, come and talk. But I don't know if they will. If they may come into the live chat or not. I told them I'm going live in like 10 minutes. So come on over, have a chat, talk to me about your opinion and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe they'll show up. It should be interesting. I think it was I can't remember who was the person who or the channel that commented. It's kind of a small channel. Mass Creation Broadcasts is who was mad at me, apparently. And I don't know if I've ever covered them. I don't think I've ever covered anything on their channel. I have to take a look. He's got my attention now. He really does. So I'll have to take a look at what his stuff is. But at first he made a comment. I wasn't sure if he was mad at me the way he timestamped it. I wasn't sure if he was mad at me or mad at the burlap grifter. But apparently he was mad at me. So I guess we'll see if he pops over. But that's enough about me. How are y'all doing? How's everybody doing here? Let's see who we have in the live chat this morning. I see we got Bellywood is here. Good to see you, Bellywood, who says, we were somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert about to listen to Stage of Reason when the drugs began to take hold. We can't stop here. This is back country. Yes, good to see you, Bellywood. Hope you're doing well. That's comment's been there for a minute, since 2 o'clock in the morning. So, but Bellywood is in the chat. Good to see you, Bellywood. Viclit as well. Good to see you. Meme City, you hooligan. Rasheen, good to see you. Second Best Bob says hello from sunny England. Yes, we do get sun here at least 3 days a year. And I believe that Creaky and Craig can both confirm that. Good to see you. Good to see you. Frayed Edges is here. Says, I'm new to the interwebs. I'm trying to return my vacuum cleaner I bought on the Amazon. Is this the right place? Close. I'll be honest. I've never really had any major problems with Amazon as far as returns go. I really haven't. So it should be fairly easy. But thank you for being here, Frayed. Appreciate it. Peter Collins is here. Guess who's back? Back again. Jail's back. Tell your friends. Yes, tell your friends. Get them over here into the live chat. I love to see everybody pop in. It's good to get together on a Sunday morning. The only thing better is like brunch, because I'm a brunch fan. I really am. And I like hanging out with friends. Coffee, mimosas, good breakfast food, excellent stuff like that. I'm always down for a good brunch, especially the fruit bar. Like honeydew melon and watermelon and cantaloupe and strawberries. Morning stuff, absolutely, and pancakes. Silver dollar pancakes are always really, really good. I'm making myself hungry. Pragmatic Crystal, good to see you. Meme City, good to see you. Yep. And Fenton Moley says that intro was like a Jeff Loomis song. I do love that intro, Fenton. I really do. So that is available on Epidemic Sound. So if you have the cool thing about Epidemic Sound, and I'm not getting paid to say this, but if you sign up for their content, Epidemic Sound will allow you to use all the stuff you download from them during that. So say you sign up for like a year. So you sign up like a 1-year thing and you have to renew at the end of the year. But then you cancel before the year is up because you don't want to pay for it again. Anything you used in that time period, in that year, you get to keep using. They're not going to come back and get you for it because you downloaded it during that year. So you can keep using that thing and keep, because you're good to go. Anything new, however, after the contract, you got to pay for. But when you have that, so all the stuff you grab during when you're signing up for them, is free to use, no licensing fee. So I freaking love them for that because I use them a lot. Let's see. Mr. Anti-Idiotic is here. Says, when are you going to cover Daily Disciple? I might have them. I might have Daily Disciple loaded up somewhere. I have such a backlog. I really do. There's stuff going on, personal life wise. You can tell because I've been a little bit slow on the channel. Still have Week in Horror going on. We're about to wrap up season 5. I think we're about to drop episode 49 of this season, and every season is 52 episodes. So, with dealing with that and some stuff, but we'll cover it. But eventually I'll get there. Let's see. Make sure I saw everybody. Lori Hayes, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hi Inquisitor says, Bridge the Divide. Can we get a later start if you expand things? I can definitely play with the start times. I absolutely can. So I'll definitely play around with that. West Side Girl Reacts here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. I do appreciate it. Fred Edge says, it's Monday, bro, 12:40 a.m. Oh, yeah, for you on the other side of the pizza. Come on. Maya Atkinson is here. Good to see you, Maya. Always a pleasure to see you. Fred Edges has been a member of the Godless Army for 23 months. Thank you so much, Fred. I do appreciate that. I love those milestone chats. See how long you guys have been with us. And I hope you guys enjoy all of the emojis, all the custom emojis I made for you, all the cool stuff. There's a lot of fun ones in there. So let's see who else we got here. UDEF is here. Good to see you. Says howdy. Thanks so much for being here. And AA Batteries is here. Good to see you. Hope you all are doing well. Doing well. So, like I said, and Robin Webster. Good to see you, Robin. So, it has been. Oh, and Rodent, no last name. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you, Rodent. Gabba to you. Says, morning, just watch a reaction channel watching my favorite Buffy episode, The Zeppo. That's a good one, where Xander is the hero. Where Xander saves the world because he stops on his own. He stops everybody the zombies or the guys who have resurrected themselves, and he takes out the bad guys so that they don't inadvertently kill the group while they're fighting the Hellmouth. I remember, I'm a Buffy fan. I'm a stupid Buffy fan, like beyond. I have the Buffy box set, the Angel box set, and if the screwed up thing is, if I start watching it, I had to start at the beginning, and I can't break my binge until I've watched the whole thing. And when I get to season 3, I then have to alternate my episodes so that I watch them so I get the continuity correct, for all the way through Angel. I'm a Buffy nerd. I really am. Yeah, big time. I could probably win a Buffy trivia contest. Buffy and Angel and Firefly. Probably could. So, like I said, look at that. That guy responded. Because I asked him to come on. What did he say? He said, why don't you come on? I said, why don't you come on and talk to me? He says, because it's not yet time. Okay. I guess he's biding his time for his response. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. But, maybe he's listening. If he's listening, you're more than welcome to say hello, pop on the stage, and have an actual back and forth chat. Skeptic Spin. Oh, there he is. Skeptic Spin. Good to see you. I just saw I got your email. Skeptic Spin will be joining me on the stage of reason here about 10 o'clock. So here in about a little over 15 minutes. Oh, you hooligan. Awesome. Fantastic. Great. So yeah, Skeptic Spin will be joining me on the stage of reason over in the politics Discord. So that's going to kick off at 10 o'clock. Aaron Reese, good to see you. And Maya Adkins says, I challenge you to a Buffy off. Hell fucking yeah. I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. I would. I do. I'm good. Okay, I'm not going to sit there and predict my triumph, but I'm pretty damn good. I think I am. So I'm just gonna lay that down. I am. Oh, so many memories of that show coming back to mind. Anyway, but like I said, bunch of stuff without Noah's name says it's not yet time. What? He still has incantations, has to wait for this. Apparently he's got to wait for the stars to align. His response to me and like my takedown of Father Casey is gonna be like fucking the rising of Rilia, I suppose. I don't know. He's got to like contact Haster and summon up his strength and everything. You got me. I have no idea. Buffy off sounds like something you do in a truck stop bathroom. Love it, Frayed. Do you know that you share with a band? Yes, I do. Yes, Bridge the Divide is also the name of a band with their own channel here on YouTube. So, and their PFP is like BTD in a kind of like stylistic way, whereas mine is just Bridge the Divide. But yes, I am aware that Bridge the Divide is a band. I am. That's why my channel name is technically at JL Warren, and Bridge the Divide is what I work as, right? Like that. But yeah, I haven't listened to any of their music, so I don't know if they're any good, but I am aware of them. Because right when I was getting started and I was like, go check out Bridge the Divide, they'd be like, what, you're in a band? I'm like, well, no, I have a beard, but I'm not in a band. So, Beat the Geeks, our guest is the Buffy geek. Fuck yes. Uh, so things have been a little bit slow on the channel. I know that. Thank you, Dr. Nimrod, for 24 months as a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. Okay, one thing to point out is that once we get the stage started, I will be holding super chats and super thanks and the milestones and all that stuff. Those all get automatically starred in the live chat or by StreamYard. So I will be grabbing those, and so those will be ready for me to go, and I will run down them once we close up. So because I don't want to interact, because if we get into a conversation, I don't want to break the rhythm, break the momentum that we get going on the stage. So that's what we got there. So just let everybody know, if I don't read it, I will see it because it automatically stars all of them for me. So I won't lose any of them. All right. So, yeah, some stuff has been going on personal wise. Fortunately, I mean, I hate to say that, but not with me. Everything, my like house, dogs, everybody is doing fantastic. Angela's doing her cybersecurity thing. I've got this going on. Everything's going great. The dogs are fantastic. It's everything's wonderful. But I've got friends who are in kind of like bad, just bad ways right now. One is having some serious financial difficulties that's causing a lot of stress at home. The other one is like literally he and his wife, I think they've been together almost 25 years, are just getting it's like a divorce. Just like, and it's just like, from what I understand, as like he knew it was probably going to happen, but it just kind of like all hit all at once. It just like all came to a head like over like a 24-hour period. So like almost a quarter century of relationship just kind of like ended. And he was taking that really, really hard. So, and I'm up here in Oklahoma, he's down in Texas. And when I got the news, I damn near jumped in the car and hauled ass down there. And he had to stop me from doing that. He's like, because I've got responsibilities up here. He's like, no, don't do that. And I'm like, but because he was the best man at my wedding. He's been my best friend for over 30 years, and I really wanted to be there for him. But trying to be there, being there with him there. And when I like I told people before, when I get into a certain headspace, when I'm thinking about stuff, it's hard to focus on my usual work. So I typically, because I want to keep myself available. And so I typically focus on like doing stuff around the house. So I can tell you this, the landscaping on my property has never looked better. So the landscaping looks fantastic. And when my new gutters come in, they're going to look great. So, because I've done all the prep work and like that, but I typically tend to focus on that, and because it keeps me busy, keeps my mind and my body going. So, but yeah, it sucks. It's brutal, and I hate being out of state because I can't go there and be there for them. There's nothing more that I want to do than to pop over there in the morning with some breakfast burritos from our favorite taqueria that's right around the corner, and sit down and have some coffee, have some French press coffee and some awesome breakfast burritos, and just let him talk about his stuff and just be there for him. I can't do that. It fucking kills me. But we try to be there. That's life, and we try to be there as best we can. For our friends and our loved ones when they need us. But just dealing with that. So that necessity, requiring my attention, and Bridge the Divide has been a little bit slow. Still got the live stream going on. I still have a video that I'm going to be dropping here pretty soon, but that's why things have been a little slow. Week in Horror still going on, so there's still the Wednesday, kind of like the horror show to get you over the midweek slump. So, but other than that, that's pretty much it. I see some new people have jumped in. Make sure I see him. Dr. Nimrod, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. And Tesla Radio says, Tesla Radio, good to see you. Says it's hard. It's a hard thing. Oh, it is hard thing that take for a long marriage to end like that. Yes, it's a hard thing to take for a long marriage. And mine ended after 23 years of Thanksgiving. Oof. On the holidays, man, the holidays are always the worst. They are always the worst. It's brutal, absolutely brutal. So, and my condolences on that. I know whether it was amicable or not, it always just sucks. That's a hard new chapter to begin. It really is. And at least I fathom, because I myself, I think Angela and I have been lucky in that respect. We've been together since 2003, and so we've never run into a scenario like that. Our relationship has never been tested to that degree, and every hurdle we've hit, we have cleared together seamlessly. Now, I don't know if we got lucky. I don't know. I can tell you this. Angela makes me a better person. And I think that I alleviate some of the stress in her life by taking on that stuff myself. Because I love confrontation. I love challenge. I love getting in the trenches. And she's kind of like she's how to put it? She's averse to it, She doesn't like getting her hands dirty in that respect. She'd rather let things like slide away, but sometimes you have to deal with things head on, and I'm the person to do that. So I think we complement each other in a great amount of ways. She also keeps me very grounded. So I think we've been very lucky. We just found each other. Now, my whole relationship was, I knew what I wanted, I knew what I was looking for, and I went out to go find it, and I found her. And here we are. Over 20 years later, it's about to be 21 years, and we have not, everything we've hit, we've just cleared, and we've just busted right through. And it's been an absolute, it doesn't feel like 21 years. It doesn't. It feels like 10, 12 maybe. The years, they fly by, and it is no sweat. Yeah, I mean, I know I feel like I'm fucking bragging about my relationship here. Like I'm humble bragging about this, but I can't even imagine what it's like, that kind of stress. And I really hope that, I don't think I'll ever wind up facing it, but you never know what might come down the path. I have no idea, but imagining that shift in my life is just, I can't even really see it. So for those who've gone through it, you have my deepest sympathy and, support on that. I know it sucks. Who else we got here? Confused Philosopher says, ever think of joining ZZ Top? Maybe. Some, could use a replacement, but I don't play guitar for shit. I'm more of a keys guy. So, I do the, but yeah, that would be cool. I love ZZ Top. Karis 2030, good to see you, Karis. Good to see you, bud. Appreciate you being here. Make sure I didn't miss nobody. Fantastic. Make sure you wash your hands after hitting the like button. Absolutely. Gets a little dirty. Nitty, good to see you this morning. Are you hanging out in the car? Let me know if you get that reference. It's one of my favorite movies. So, but let me know if you get that one. Ronald Name says, but how can you keep a relationship together without the special revelation from God? That's a damn good question. I have no Spanish, but my Irish is strong. Nice. Very nice. Confused Philosopher says, to all flat earthers, have a friend stand on the eastern border of Manitoba and you on the western border of Saskatchewan. Now explain why the Manitobans see sunrise before you. Absolutely. Who says ZZ Top couldn't have a keyboard player? That's true. Who says they couldn't? Yeah, I just know I don't play guitar for shit. Fred Edge says, yeah, things ain't been the best with me as far as family goes, but when you're a single dad with a 24-year-old daughter and starts hanging out with shit you did, but thought you wouldn't, you don't know what to do. Yeah, I imagine that's difficult. I don't have kids. That's also another thing that I don't have any experience with. We don't have children because neither one of us want kids. We are aligned on many things. So didn't want kids, not interested in it, wanted to own all of our assets, which we do, wanted to forge our own kind of whether they were successful or not, our goal was to get ourselves to the point, essentially work for the man until we didn't have to work for the man anymore and then work for ourselves. And we got there. Within 20 years, we established it, and here we are. So I guess I'm saying we got lucky on that. I got lucky. I had a lot of failed relationships before that, but yeah, got lucky on that. Got super lucky. Oh man, but yeah, that's what's been going on personal wise. We're gonna kick off the stage here in about 6 minutes, and it's you just got to be there for your friends. You got to be there for friends, especially nowadays because it is fucking insane out there. It is insane. JT Davis is here. Good to see you, JT. Says, hi all. My first bout of COVID is winding down, feeling better. Excellent. I'm glad you're on the mend. That is good to hear. So, But yep, this had to be be the dad stepping up. Way to go, Fred. So I know it is wild out there right now. My feed is blowing up with all kinds of insanity with, politics. We are in an election year. It is a crazy election. I know that the vast majority of you do not like politics. I don't like it either. I really don't. So, and I hate trying to like push politics on people like this, but I think the vast majority of us are pretty much on the same page that this is not an election for candidates this year. 2024, it's crazy that I'm seeing this in my lifetime, that this is not an election for candidates this year. This is an election of ideologies. Representative democratic republic versus autocratic theocracy. Those are the ideologies on the stage today, on the stage this year. So whatever you think of the opponents is irrelevant. Whether you hate Trump for what he is, hate Kamala for whatever reasons, or whatever, it does not matter. It is a battle of ideologies. And if you like having a representative democratic republic, you know where to vote. If you like the idea of an autocratic theocracy where your body is not your own, and the potential that you could be booted, you could be booted from this country, the potential down the line you could be booted from this country for not following the party line. Yeah. So either way, I think we all know where we're voting. I know where I'm voting. So it's two big things. Vote in November, and I'm trying to add as much as I can to the fight against Ryan Walters, because Ryan Walters, the psychotic superintendent of Oklahoma schools right now, who is now threatening teachers' licenses, even though he can't really do anything about it, but he's threatening teachers' licenses and doing all kinds of crazy shit if they don't like teach the Bible and add the Bible to their curriculums, to their public school curriculums, which is insane. The Oklahoma AG has already said, no, this is all nonsense, but he's threatening to do it anyway, and he is coming slowly off the hinges. But he is potentially facing impeachment. So I'm very pleased about that. And not even for all the constitutional violations he's threatening. He's facing impeachment for what I understand is misappropriation or mishandling of earmarked funds for Oklahoma schools. There was a bill passed like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like 2 years ago, that was meant to secure funding to increase security measures at the largest schools in Oklahoma. So like metal detectors, like off-duty officers, everything. What students need, but like the emergency bars for doors on the inside where you can take the bar and slam it and you can't open the door, all kinds of stuff like that. And those schools have yet to see that money. The person in charge of dispensing that money, Ryan Walters. So hopefully he will be impeached. Fingers crossed. And we can save Oklahoma schools. And then we can focus on getting them from 49th in the nation to maybe top 25. I have no idea. So I guess we'll get there. Good to see. Oh, man, I got a celebrity up in here. Flat Derp is here. Good to see you, Flat. Appreciate it, bud. Dude, that last video you point out of the bums, of the homeless people with the cigarette. Come on, man. That's some Dead Alive style nastiness. That's some Evil Dead pooled in the basement gnarliness that you put on your channel, dude. Oh, I got queasy. Fucking crazy. Awesome work. Love your stuff. Love your channel. If you guys haven't checked out Flat Derp, go check it out. You see him right there. Go check out Flat Derps if you haven't subscribed to him. He's an amazing dude. Love him. So yeah, they're messed up. Big time messed up. Fred and Six Fly is here. Good to see you. Says the U.S. election has similarities with the Gaza election of 06, where the people of Gaza elected theocracy. Right. So democracy is on the line. It's not about candidates. It's about ideologies this year. So make sure you keep that in mind. Mikey Famine says, no offense, but OK is OK's problem. We can't vote for OK superintendent. This is true. You can. So anybody in Oklahoma, that, because I live locally, I try to be involved locally in politics as well as, nationally. So I know where all my down ballots are going, but I'm also focused on Oklahoma stuff because the schools here are really, really hurting. They're really hurting. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Spilled Beans is here. Good to see you, Spilled Beans. And I think I got everybody. I don't think I missed anyone. Yes, Aaron Reese. It's about the lesser of it's about the lesser of two evils at the worst. It absolutely is. So let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yep, I think we're good to go. So it is 9:59. Oh, Flat Derp, I am not just in a red state. I am in an arterial deoxygenated blood state. Like, we are so red, it's damn near maroon. We're so red, it's damn near black. It's dark red. It's blood red. It's arterial red. It's like stomach aorta. Hardcore, big time. But even then, we still have sane minds up in the legislature. We do have some sane people up there. The governor is not one of them. Stitt is not one of them. So, but yeah, hopefully we can clean that up. All right, so let's pop over to the Discord. Let me get this started. And gotta fire this up and make sure I get the notifications out. And let's bring up Yahooligan. And we'll share this. Let me go full screen and we'll share this over. There we go. All right. Justin, can you hear me?
Yep, you sound great. I didn't realize I had to unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Everybody in the live chat, welcome Justin to the stage of reason. And of course, I see I see the stage down there filling up, the audience filling up. So this hopefully, I think this would be a good one. And how to rule an asteroid, Michael N. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Welcome to the stage of reason. For everybody coming into the live chat and Discord and the audience there, this is the stage of reason. We do this every third Sunday of the month. So when we sit down and it'll be me and a guest and we talk to theists and other people about what they believe and why they believe it and discuss various topics and pretty much just like evidence for God, like things like evidence for God. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence you want to present? And we try to have these discussions. And this month, I have Justin from Skeptic Slip. The channel Skeptic Slip is with me.
Skeptic Spin.
Skeptic
but that's okay.
Spin.
Still new.
Yeah, sorry, Skeptic Spin. Good to see you. I got it right there on my fucking screen, man. But, you think I'd have read it. So, but yes, Justin from Skeptic Spin, we do appreciate you being here, bud. Excited to have you on the stage. It's your first time up here, right?
Yeah, this is a great looking stage. Did you build this yourself?
I did. All my sweat, blood, and sprained fingers putting this thing together. So,
right. Well, before we get into the good times, I got to ask you a very serious question, and I just want a yes and no.
Sure.
The Jason mannequin.
Oh yes.
Does he have anything in his pockets?
He has nothing in his pockets.
Man, that's no fun.
No, nothing in his pockets. But he does have a real chain around his neck. So, yes, because it's the Friday the 13th part 7. Part 7. It's life size, so it's the size of Kane Hodder. So, all right. Well. Welcome, everybody in the audience here. I see it filling up real quick. So the way this works, we're going to bring up people one at a time. If you have a question, if you want to ask us something, if you want to present evidence for what you believe in, if you want to have these discussions, just raise your hand. Put your hand up and we will bring you up. We'll try to go in order. Now, we're going to prioritize, typically we prioritize theists on this stage so we can get them up there and talk to them and people that we haven't talked to in the past. So hopefully we will see some new faces up here. And so whenever you're ready, just go ahead and raise your hand. Until we get some people up there, make sure I didn't miss anybody there. Looking good there. Remember, all super chats and super thanks and all the milestones will be starred, and I'll be able to get to them at the end of the stage. So if I see those come through, I will get to them. I promise I will read them. So until we get a hand up, how things have been going with you, Justin?
Pretty great, actually. Like the last little while has been real fun. Doing a rebuild, starting over, rebrand, new channel thing, and I did our first show, or my first show last night.
Awesome.
And I would dare say, for as far as scale goes, right? Like, if I don't know how you measure your successes and failures on your channel, but I got more views than I got subs. So Like that's pretty huge. And I think I gained like a good like 20 subscribers, which is almost like a 15% increase in subscribers yesterday.
Nice.
So, and it was a great panel, and people seemed to generally respond to it. Actually, I think I learned something yesterday about this putting on a platform and stuff. For the longest time, I always kind of felt or thought that what got the most views and what got the most interest was people combating each other and like loud voices and ad homs and like pure disagreement and argument. But after the response that I got yesterday, it looks like some people actually prefer just a mature roundtable of different ideas being shared, and it doesn't need to go off the rails.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think I'm going to explore that a little bit more and see where that goes, because
Awesome.
it was a very respectful panel without everybody necessarily being on the same page. Because that's the other thing. I don't want an echo chamber. I don't want to put a panel together of 8 people that are all like, "Yep, I agree," because that's just, that conversation stalls dead in its tracks.
Awesome. Well, you're getting a lot of positive feedback from my live chat. From a lot of people point out that it was a really, really good show. Jeff C says it was a good show, Justin. My Adkins says I was pretty impressed with the panel. So looks like you're on the right way. So let's see. I saw JD. JD, you had your hand up and you put your hand back down. If you'd like to put your hand up, we can bring you up on the stage and we can chat. So I saw you had your hand up. Want to make sure that we get to everybody who would like to chat with us today. See a bunch of fresh faces in the audience here. Oh, LSF is here. Okay, LSF. Oh no, LSF put their hand back down. Oh no, there's JD.
Yeah,
here we go.
don't be afraid.
All right, JD.
Hey,
How's it going this morning?
good. Still trying to figure out. I've never done one of these, so I'm stuck on I'm on my phone trying to figure out how to put on the speaker part of it, but can't figure that out. So if I don't hear you and I ask,
Oh, not a problem. You're coming in great. We hear you great. So,
yep, sounds good.
So
what you got for us today?
I've gone on and off, I guess, between being religious and not religious my entire life. It's weird, right? I don't feel like that happens with very many people. I've seen both sides of the argument, and I think there is some light proof to it, there being some kind of supreme deity, but also I could understand how people don't think that. For context, I grew up both Catholic and Baptist. Father was Catholic, mom was Baptist.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no,
Holy
you can
cow.
imagine how that household went.
I bet Thanksgivings. I'm willing to bet Thanksgivings were interesting.
Yeah, no, Thanksgivings were very interesting. For a minute,
I'll bet like Easter and Christmas were probably even more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was civil. If anything really got out of hand, it was because of outside of religion, but obviously religious views did not meet.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress. After a while, I also became atheist, and currently I'd like to say I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Sometime I think around the age of 15, I really started to question it. That was around when I became atheist, because let's be real, we see a lot of bad shit in this world. Personally, outside of here, I storm chase. I've seen a lot. I have seen entire towns leveled, and part of me began to wonder, if there was a God, why would he let this happen? And of course, I understand the point of, what doesn't kill you make you stronger. I forget the fucking scripture, but that's the gist of it.
Right.
It's been so long. But I don't know, part of that just bugged me for the longest time. I do think there is a little bit of proof to a God existing, and that goes to the actual scriptures, right? A lot of them in the beginning are extremely similar in terms of what happens with said Messiah. And I think the biggest difference is how it takes the entire story. Also, who the Messiah is. But for the most part, most religions can agree that at one point there was some kind of Messiah, but they had their own interpretation of it. And the fact that something like that has been over many different religions in the world, especially older religions such as Christianity, Muslim faith, stuff like that, it tends to make me believe that there is something out there, but I don't think at the moment anyone knows what it is.
I think you bring up the idea of interpretation, and I find it interesting how even in your own world, in your immediate sphere, the views that you have, and you include your reality, and your reality is a Catholic father, a Baptist mother, or maybe I got those backwards, I don't know, and you're a storm chaser. So immediately you're thinking to yourself, you're seeing these horrific events, these massive storms leave trails of debris behind you, and your thoughts go to, how could a God allow this to happen? That alone is your own interpretation of those events. If you were doing anything else, you would interpret those events. How could, if you were a doctor who dealt with, children with cancer, you'd be asking yourself, how could God let this happen? And then I would argue too, if you did something a little bit more, let's say you were like, the president of a charity and somebody donated $1 million, you would probably be sitting on the other side of that fence and saying, God let this happen.
God is great.
Yeah. So yeah, I would just, it's your own reality and the spaces you're existing in, you're moving around in, that are making you ask these questions. You're a storm chaser. You're going to encounter some horrible things. And even if no one gets hurt, it's still got to be like, look at the amount of destruction this tornado did to this forest or to this habitat. And then you're going to ask those questions. How could God allow this to happen? But if you were more on the positive side of things in your day to day, you might even be saying to yourself, oh, look at all the great things God did do. But I don't know that I would equate any of it to a deity or a God of any kind. That's just the world you're in.
You see and I like that you're asking questions, JD. I do. I like that you have not fallen. It's so important, especially in this day and age, to ask questions, no matter what, no matter how scary those questions might be, and falling into that rut where people start believing that they can't ask questions, that they're somehow not allowed to ask these questions. When you have that impulse to ask, what does God need with a starship, it's important to ask that question, to put a little Star Trek spin on it. The thing that got me kind of in line with what you're saying here, because, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I live up here in Oklahoma, and the tornado that just ran through here and laid out what was it? Barnsdall. I live about 20 minutes from there, so that very tornado swung by my house, missed me by about 5 minutes away in distance. So yeah,
I feel you, dude. I lived through the 2011 super outbreak here. I was on 365 in Tuscaloosa when that got hit.
Damn.
And then I was in Mississippi last year in Rolling Fork when that EF4 tore for 60 miles through Mississippi.
See, the last big one I saw was I went up to help with relief efforts in Joplin. And just, I took a little bit of time out of my schedule because I was really, really short of time, but I wanted to get there and help and I saw the devastation in Joplin, and it was absolutely horrific.
Joplin actually brings up another point. This can be interpreted of one of two ways. So there was actually a really popular story from Joplin about butterfly people. Multiple, I think dozens of kids had recollections of butterfly people telling them they were going to be safe. That's why nowadays, whenever you go back to Joplin, you see a lot of butterfly murals, and they opened up a butterfly memorial, like kind of like a park, in the area. Now,
Wow.
I've always seen that interpreted of one of two ways. One is mass hallucination. The other one is obviously religious, where people think they saw angels. Stuff like that does happen a lot.
Yeah, the kicker on me, kind of like going down those lines during the time when I was questioning things, I was trying to figure things out. The thing that stuck out to me was looking at the logical entailments of such an entity, actually existing. The thing that kind of solidified for me was understanding that whether it's natural stuff that happens, natural calamities that happens, whether it's it's earthquakes or hurricanes, tornadoes, whatever, or anything at all, is that if this entity were to actually exist, none of this stuff is logically necessary.
Yeah.
Because say you have the entity exist, right? And the entity pre-exists creation. You have God exists, and then it created creation. It actualized everything into existence. Well, the entailment of that is that because nothing exists externally of the God that it must necessarily reference to determine what it can do or the manner in which it can or cannot do anything, then anything that does exist exists necessarily because the God wants it to exist, not because it must exist. And thinking about the system that we live in, and any like looking at this modally, any logically possible system that we can live in, this is the one that got made. And obviously, this is the one that got made. If this thing were to actually exist, which it doesn't, but if this thing were to actually exist, it wants this system to exist, which means all of this natural calamity, all of these things that happen as a part of the system, it wants all those things. And all of the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes, all those circumstances, those all exist because it wants them to exist. It gets you from that point when you understand by the Christian worldview's own lights, that this God that they are propping up as the top ultimate of this thing cannot be a good God. Not to mention that the very statement, God is good, like that is what God is. Like God is good is an incoherent statement in and of itself, because nothing exists to dictate, nothing exists external of the God to reference, to give the content and the context to what good is, if God is the only thing that exists. It's just like God is good. Well, God, what is God? What does that mean when there's nothing that is not good? What form does good take then? So looking at the logical inconsistencies and how these things don't play out, when you take them to their logical conclusions, help me to understand that these things are made up by humans in order to reconcile the very horrors that we have seen in this world.
That's kind of interesting, because that kind of leads into another point. Recently, an old partner of mine and I broke up, but there was something she kept saying to me that really stuck with me. And I think in specifically Christianity faith, it talks about God being all powerful and all knowing, right? Omnipotent and omniscient. I don't think it's reasonably possible that it can be both.
Yeah, you're right on the money there. One of the biggest problems with this God is that its attributes individually create paradoxes, and in conjunction with one another create logical contradictions. So you're right on the money.
I think if it were Christianity to end up being right, I think it would have to be omniscient. Because say Christianity is right, God is supposed to be, for the most part, good. If it was a good God, I don't think it would have allowed that to happen. But it would make more sense if it knew it was going to happen but couldn't stop it. I don't know if that makes any sense coming across, but I don't know. That's something that's been gearing in my head for a while.
Neil deGrasse Tyson makes the exact same argument, and he words it in such a way that's pretty perfect. I just can't put my finger on exactly how he puts it, but yeah, it's the exact same train of thought. The idea that either he's omniscient or he's all good, but he can't really be both, because otherwise, the contradictions that JL points out, for example.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think you're on the right track. I see we've got more hands up on the more hands up in there. Do you have anything you kind of want to put it? I think you're in the right place, JD. I do. I think you're in the right place, asking questions, looking at what these things logically entail, and I would say, I would say you're on the right track. Just keep doing that.
You're being very honest to yourself, and you're not blinding yourself to anything, which is a great place to be in.
Of course.
Do you have any final thoughts there?
For now, I think that's all I have.
Cool.
But if I come up with anything, of course, I'll raise that hand again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us kick off the stage, and appreciate you popping up, bud.
No problem, man.
Thanks.
All right. You have a good. All right. Want to make sure, because we got people with their hands up, want to make sure we get to people, especially new faces. Red, you had your hand up next. Let's bring you up. Red, you are up on the stage.
Yo, it's good.
Doing good.
Hey,
doing
Red,
good.
how's it going?
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
That's good. That's good.
What do you got for us this morning?
So I have like a thought process over here. Like I have two thoughts mainly. One is something that is like a contribution to what the previous guy has said, plus what I've read in the chat, like the voice chat, like the message thingy. Which is that like I heard you guys talk about like God being good or bad, or like basically attributing certain acts to being bad or good, and crediting, like, quote unquote, crediting God for it, right? So just background on me, I'm Muslim. I have been Muslim for a while. I was actually gonna be agnostic, but then I started studying religion altogether, and I kind of found my path in Islam, I guess. But just like I guess 2 cents from my side on this discussion. For us, like, I don't know if this like helps everybody or anybody at all, but for us, God is like always attributed to things. Like we don't think of things certainly to be bad or good. And to kind of understand this concept, we kind of also need to acknowledge the fact that there's an afterlife, that what we believe at least, where we get judged, right? So if something bad and unfortunate happens to someone who doesn't deserve it, right, then usually what we're meant to believe is that they will get rewarded for it, right? Like in the afterlife. So I just wanted to get that out of the way because I heard it earlier from the guy that was...
Yeah, you have a different conceptualization of God being a Muslim than he does.
Yeah, exactly. So this is my point of view.
Yeah,
this is my point of view.
Absolutely, I get that. My curiosity in this is even from the Muslim worldview, because looking at it from how the Muslims define Allah in that respect, whether it be a test, whether people deserve an afterlife, whether any of this stuff, I would have to ask, what is it that necessitates what is it that necessitates to Allah that this is the system that must necessarily exist?
And now this is where you actually tackle me in a way where I was... So essentially, I said earlier, I wanted to say 2 things.
Right.
So the second thing was basically like a follow-up, right? Which is what I also believe in. So what necessitates this to be, I guess, the case is the teleological argument, if you're familiar with it.
I'm familiar with the arguments for God, but they don't address like why this is the system that Allah must necessarily create.
Yeah, because if I use the Quran as a source, then that would not make sense for the majority of debaters or anybody in this debate world, because there's this argument that you can't use the religion as a source for it to be justified, right?
Well, no,
you can't use the religion as evidence.
You can't use the
for
book.
Its existence.
You can't use the book because the book is the claim. It goes for the Quran as well as the Bible, as well as the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, the Tao, all of that. Exactly. The book is the claim. So the question then...
I agree with this. Yeah. I agree with this. So since I agree with this, I have been trying to, like, I guess, ask questions around and find out more about arguments for God. And what my second... Now, I can't really answer the how this necessitates to being the system that God wants to relay in our like life, I guess. I can't really answer that because I am not well versed on that specific question. So I am sorry about that.
That's
But
okay.
my question for you guys, and like I just want to hear your thought process about the teleological argument because it has resonated with me, if I'm being completely honest. And I just want to see if you like what you guys see in accordance to this argument. Like, is this valid? Is this not as great? You know, and
I
that's
can
mainly my second point.
I can sum it up quite quickly. The teleological argument is invalid because it's predicated upon a logical fallacy.
Okay.
So predominantly, it assumes the God exists in order to do the function that they think needs to be done, because it makes assumptions both about that, I guess what you could call the teleos. So
Mhm.
it also defines God into existence. It does very similarly to what the tag does, the transcendental argument for
Right.
God does. It's defining it into existence. It's circular reasoning. It's predicated on all of the arguments for God. They all are predicated upon logical fallacies. So
Mhm.
that's why I say, when someone wants to bring up a particular argument, whether it be the ontological,
Mhm.
whether it be the argument for morality, the teleological, the transcendental argument, none of them work because they're all fallacious. So
Right.
my question always goes to, what is it? Let's look at the category, which is the category of God, and how the theist is defining that category, and let's
Mhm.
explore the logical entailments of that category to their conclusion, and find out where we end up. And typically where we end
Right.
up is either in a logical contradiction, or the God is not logically what they thought it was. Where a version of the God has been presented to them by the authorities in their lives, like by the church fathers
Mhm.
and whatnot, and they begin to understand how this thing logically does not hold water.
Right.
Okay, so that's the important thing, which is why I ask questions like, okay, well, if the God exists and if the God
Mhm.
created anything, what is it that necessitated that it create this system as opposed to some other logically possible system? And since nothing exists external to the God to dictate what it must or must not, or the manner in which it must or must not do anything, then obviously the
Right.
God wanted this system in place. Well, then what necessitates the circumstances that allow for the possibility of evil actions? Well, the God wants those.
Mhm.
So the God wants evil outcomes, because they only exist if the God wanted it. Okay, so the God can't be good. Okay, well, this whole thing is a test. Well, why is it a test? If God can actualize any logically possible state, and the end result, say we're trying to get from A to B, like Allah instantiates A with the intention of getting us to B, why, if B is a logically possible state, then why does Allah just instantiate B?
Mm.
Who dictates, what is it that dictates to Allah that humans must be worthy of something? Why can't it just
Mm.
make us worthy? There's a lot of
Right.
a
Right.
lot of
Right.
questions that have to be like run down. It takes
Yeah, I
time.
get you. I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah, I'm not as hardcore into deep into the philosophy of things as JL is. But
Mhm.
as a person myself who creates worlds and actually judges other people's worlds they create, I find it interesting as well, this life and afterlife scenario that seems to be set up in all religions. It's like they all have to start from the reality that they all experience, and then they expand on that further, and it always results in some kind of afterlife. A lot of times there's this, like, if you're good you go this down this hallway, if you're bad you go down this hallway, and then
Mhm.
that's the eternity you're going to live in. Why isn't there some other system that, like JL said, it could have just, why the waiting room? Why do all of these religions and all these gods have this this planet, and they're like, you guys can hang out there while we judge you, and decide where you're going to spend eternity? Why not just create us in a way that's um, okay in their eyes, and then we'll just all hang out together in the same
Yeah.
place? I mean,
Nice Archer reference, by the way.
I get that. I get that. Yeah.
Mm.
I understand what you're saying. This is typically a question that has also like I've asked this question many times when I was, I guess, being agnostic, like before I strengthen my faith in Islam and everything like that. I've been also like, I agree with you guys. In fact, I've always almost seen it as like a something that is used as an excuse, right? Like, oh, look at all this bad stuff that's happening. This is a test. Like, don't worry about it. You know, like in the past, I've always seen it as like an excuse for something which was not there.
Yeah, so you have that kind of intuition that, like, well, what's the point?
Exactly.
Right, exactly. Bingo.
No, yeah. So I've always asked that kind of question. Now, I'm not really like exactly sure if I ever could have answered that. I don't think like there is even a definite answer for this, because at the end of the day, religions are kind of like they kind of like ads. Like, they just pull you in, you know.
Right. Well,
like,
I mean,
you pull them in.
You're on the right track. You're on the absolute right track. And while there may not be the kicker on this one is that, as an atheist, is that we don't have to provide an answer for this. The question then becomes, how does the theist reconcile it? Because if you ask the question and you see how they answer it, and you understand that their answer is logically fallacious, or whether it's an appeal to mystery or something of that nature, then you can say, like, so the only way for them to defend it is to commit a logical fallacy. Then you have to ask the question, why would a God instantiate a system where the only means of defending a belief in it is to commit a logical fallacy? And that doesn't make, like, why would that be the way? What necessitated it be that way? And then you begin, once you start weighing it, did humans make it up to reconcile that we live in an indifferent universe, or did humans, or does this thing actually exist? And you begin to see which one holds more water. I think you're on the right track there.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, that was mainly my 2 points.
Awesome.
And I'm glad you guys discussed it. I thank you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome.
And props to you,
thanks,
dude.
Red.
Props to you. I know that in the Muslim faith, there's a lot of pushback for asking questions. And
yeah. It is
good on
definitely
you.
like a lot of restrictions. Yeah.
Right. Good on you for thinking for yourself. Well done.
Hey, thanks, man.
Excellent.
Keep it up.
Thank you, bud. All right.
And we got a lot of hands up over there, huh?
Got a bunch of hands up. We will try to get to everybody. So, this stage is kind of popping off this morning. I'm excited about this because typically it starts kind of slow. All right, let's bring our next person up. Ad nauseum.
Hey, Ad nauseum. How are you?
How's it going, bud? Got yourself muted there.
Hello.
Let me see. Maybe that'll fit. That fix it? Yeah, okay, that fixed it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Apparently they got mad at me.
Up?
So my bad. Apparently I undid a staff mute. So I hope I don't get in trouble. But yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
Yeah, fantastic.
So what do you got for this? What do you got for us this morning?
I got some modal logic.
Okay.
So my argument is, it's really simple, really. So in modal logic, you have a statement is said to be necessarily true, if it is true in all possible worlds. Do you agree?
That's what modal logic is. Yep.
All right, fantastic. So we all agree that the laws of logic, such as the law of non-contradiction, are considered necessary because they hold universally. They are true in all possible worlds. Do you agree?
So the way I look at it, without making any assumptions, unnecessary assumptions, without multiplying my entities unnecessarily, yes, the laws of logic do appear to be universal and inviolable. They do have that appearance to us. But I also acknowledge that we as human beings are grounded in how we've evolved as organisms on this planet, in this universe. So the way we view the universe and the way we describe the operations of that universe, utilizing the laws of logic, they appear that way to us. I don't see any way to break them, so that I can't say that they could be another. True. Yeah, I don't see how they could be another way, like in another place. but I don't try to run all the way to this is absolutely true with that, because by virtue of our own limitations. So, but I'm tracking with you. I get you. I don't bite the bullet on like 100%. This is absolutely the case always and forever. I don't think we can get that. I don't think we can get that far.
I think it would be hard to say anything was absolute.
Yeah.
No, you absolutely can. If every possible world had a unique conscious agents with the capacity of higher order thinking, I think that they would inevitably become aware of this unique, necessary, universal law.
Well, that's it. That's if it's an organism that's grounded like we are. Like a biological organism with a singular frame of reference on the universe hang on a sec, a grounded biological organism or a biological organism that's grounded in the third dimension with a singular frame of reference on the universe in the way we linearly perceive time. So there's a lot of aspects to reality, and a lot of aspects that we know exist that we can't observe. And if a thing were to be grounded differently than us, so
this is only possible because of our higher order thinking.
No. What if you had an organism that was grounded and it could view superposition, and so objects could exist. Objects could exist in what would perceive to us to be in a logically incoherent state, but by virtue of quantum mechanics, it is a logical state for them, and they view that as we view, A equals A. So, like I said, I don't think I'm not willing to bite the bullet on the absolute. I go ahead and continue on from there, but.
With all due respect, what you're doing is you're conflating.
I'm not conflating. I'm saying that there's a reason we can't get to 100%.
Do you want to hear why you're conflating? So you're conflating being aware of this principle versus its inherent existence.
I don't believe I don't hold it. I don't ad nauseum. I don't hold that it's I do not hold that logic is prescriptive. Logic is descriptive of the universe. It's prescriptive for human reasoning, but it is descriptive of the universe. It is not prescriptive of the universe.
So you're saying that the law of non-contradiction
is descriptive.
It's not true in all possible worlds.
It's descriptive of the universe. It is prescriptive for human reasoning, but it is descriptive of the universe. We are describing the operations of the universe that we exist in.
So the laws of logic
are
not...
Either way, how does this get you to a god?
No, because you're committing multiple fallacies.
I'm not. I hold a different position than you, and my position is not fallacious because I'm referencing things that exist in reality.
No, you are. You're committing a lot of fallacies.
I'm not. Name one fallacy I'm committing.
Just too many to count, dude.
Name one. Just name one. I'm only asking for one.
No, because you literally said that it's descriptive.
It is. Logic is descriptive of the universe from our frame of reference. Yes.
No, it's not though.
So you're saying that we are not describing that an object can only be itself and not be. Hang on. Add. So you're saying that when we write down A equals A and A is not equal to not A, we are not describing that an object can only be itself and can't be something else simultaneously.
What I'm saying.
No. Is that a yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
What I'm saying is that
add. It's a yes or no question. Is that what you're saying? That when we write down A equals A and A is not equal to not A, that we are not describing that objects can only be themselves and cannot be something else simultaneously? That you're saying that's not what we're doing.
I have no idea what you're saying, to be honest.
Okay,
you're not making any sense.
When we say the laws of logic are descriptive, we are describing the operations of reality. So when I observe that an object is over here, like I observe my pen and I observe my phone, I recognize that these objects are not the same and they can never be the same. A equals A and A cannot equal not A. I'm literally describing that the phone cannot be the pen simultaneously, nor vice versa. The moon, to put this in ancient terms, the moon cannot be the earth simultaneously. The moon is the moon. It cannot be the moon and the earth. That's the law of identity. These are the language we write down is descriptive of what we observe.
Okay,
Okay.
that's awesome. Again, you're conflating a lot of.
I'm not conflating.
So
I'm just not making any additional
the
assumptions.
reason why I say the laws of logic are prescriptive is because you need to have a standard that prescribes the rules for reasoning. Okay, that we must follow in order for the reasoning to be valid. And
Why?
you're saying
Wait.
saying that it's prescriptive to humans. I'm saying it's prescriptive in reality. Okay, not just humans.
Yeah,
we just happen to be consciously aware. That's all it is.
Yeah, but the issue being that we are organisms that evolved on this planet in this environment. So we are products of the universe. So hang on a sec. We are products of the universe. In organisms that cannot operate within their environments coherently, meaning that they cannot understand things coherently, that things are not intelligible to them, those organisms don't live very long. The ability for us to rationalize and reason about the world was a positively selected trait. Human beings that lack that ability don't live long. They wind up walking off cliffs or walking into the tall grass. I'm not done. Or walking into the tall grass because they can't commit type 1 and type 2 errors. Okay? So just the fact that things have intelligibility is because we are organisms that evolved in this environment and can understand the environment as a survival trait. That's all that is. And in my explanation, I'm only referencing things that I can demonstrate to exist.
Again, you're doing more of this conflating.
It's not conflating. I'm not conflating two things.
No, you are, because you're presupposing that.
What am I presupposing?
That you're presupposing that that there needs to be a human within the right condition in order for them to be able to grasp.
I'm not presupposing. No, I'm presupposing that there's a mind to recognize this.
You do realize the leaps and bounds of your thinking here is insane. No, actually, you don't. Because
no, I'm referencing things that exist in reality. I'm drawing conclusions based upon things.
Let me finish.
No, it's my stage.
Can I?
No, it's my stage. No, Ad, it's my stage. You're making statements about what I'm doing, so I'm going to correct you. Okay. I'm referencing things that exist in reality. I'm not assuming that I have access to things that I can't demonstrate, I can't demonstrate. So I'm not assuming that these things exist. I'm starting from the position that human beings all reference their subjective internal experience to start. I'm saying that we can get to a probabilistic certainty about things that may be absolute and universal, but we are not justified in saying that they are always absolute and universal because we are limited to our singular frame of reference. Okay? I acknowledge our limitations, and I don't go beyond them.
You're forgetting the elephant in the room. It's not just humans that can reason. You know that, right?
Yeah, other species can reason too.
No, you're forgetting the elephant in the room.
What elephant?
A computer.
Can computers reason? Or wait, no. Hang on a sec. Can computers reason? No, wait. Add. Can computers read? No, can a computer reason? If you don't stop laughing, I'm just going to mute you.
No, because you're a donkey.
Hold on a second. It's not, first of all, it's not fair to start. You've called him insane. Now you're calling him a donkey. He's trying to.
He just doesn't make any sense, bro.
Fine, and that's okay. Yeah. If it's not making sense, he's desperately trying to make it make sense for you. But when you start insulting people, first of all, you're just making yourself look silly, and secondly, we know you're not listening because you're just throwing ad homs at him. Now, this is
one ad hom.
Okay, well, you've called him insane, and now you're calling him silly, and you're.
His argument is insane. It's absolutely.
It's not. It isn't. Where is my? I asked you. No, Ad. I asked you to point out. I asked you to point out one place, like one logical fallacy I'm committing, and you have yet to point one out.
Yeah, I just told you. So computers, right?
Don't reason. Computers don't reason.
Computers don't reason.
Computers are not biological entities.
But they don't reason. They don't reason.
They are aware of the law of non-contradiction.
They're not aware of anything.
Computers don't reason. Computers do what humans program them to do. That's what a computer does. We write the program, and then the computer executes the program. That's all a computer does.
Are you saying you're not programmed?
I'm not programmed. Not
Are you
programmed like
sure?
no, not programmed like a computer. I am
Are you sure?
influenced. I am influenced by my experiences. Yes, those have an influence on my.
Okay,
Those have.
and
I'm not finished. Those have an influence on my future reasoning. Yes, but I'm not programmed to do a specific thing at any
have
given
you
specific
heard
time.
of? Okay, so there's a particular artificial intelligence. Have you heard of? Hold on, just give me 1 second. I'll bring it up. Have you heard of? Just give me 1 second.
Okay, so this is a theist stage. If you have evidence you
Have
want to
you
present
have
for
you
a
heard of?
god,
Have you heard of?
if you have
Have you heard of?
evidence you want to present for a god, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I was, but you just went on a tangent, so I don't know. Like,
Okay,
I just
so
want.
when you're ready to have an actual grown-up conversation, we can come back to you. And thank you for coming up, Ad, but we have other people who have had their hands up for a minute, and we want to make sure that we get to them. So sorry about that. All right. MM.
Yeah, that went off the rails quick.
Yeah, just silly. You've committed too many fallacies for me to even mention one of them. Hey, how's it going, MM?
Hi, MM.
Thank you for your patience.
Hi. How are we?
Good. How are you doing this morning? What do you got for us?
So I wanted to enlighten you a little bit. I'm not gonna really debunk anything you have to say or whatever. Maybe just a little bit of enlightenment. So the universe is funny. Logic is a funny word itself. I treat it like a language because logic is honestly just a human language. That's really all it is. Because if you really observe the universe, it's anything but logical. You know, I'll give you an example. The double slit experiment conducted by scientists.
The double
One of the
slit.
things that
The double
yeah,
slit. Yeah.
uh,
I'm familiar with. I'm
conducted by
familiar with it.
is one of the most intriguing things in the universe. It's one of the things that we still to this day can't explain logically, right? The fact that observing something multiple different times gives you different outcomes depending on the observer itself truly kind of states the complex components of how the universe itself operates.
Can I get a clarification from you, MM, real quick? Just because
Yes.
you brought up the double slit experiment. Do you think observer in this context means something looking at it with eyes?
Yeah. Well, something conscious looking at it.
No. So that's not what it means. Just so we can get a clarification. So just so we can get a clarification. And in physics, an observer is anything that interacts with the particle.
So
okay, so
again,
like anything at all. So like literally when they do the double slit experiment, the actual like the sheet that they're firing the light through to get the interference pattern, anything that interacts with those particles and the wave like that, anything that interacts with that is an observer. So particles interacting with one another is an observer. It doesn't just refer to like something with eyes watching a thing. Okay.
Well, see, again,
okay,
what I'm saying, the human language itself is funny because when we say consciousness, every animal on this planet to a degree is conscious, right? When you're observing something, whatever animal it is, to a degree, ants are conscious to a degree. If you put a rock in there, a rock is not conscious. A rock is not going to necessarily change anything, you know? This is...
Uh-huh.
Are you still there, MM?
MM, you there? I didn't mute him. Did we lose you, bud?
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
there you are.
We got you.
Okay, so where was I? Sorry.
I forget now.
There we were. Okay, sorry. I had like a little placement. Okay, so when you put a rock in there, a rock is not conscious, so it's not going to change nothing. But we'll move on from the double split experiment. My whole point with the double split experiment
Double
is that
split.
yeah,
Slit,
that's what I'm
like
saying.
slit,
Double,
SLIT.
yeah, I know.
You keep saying
Yes,
split.
yes. No, I'm not saying split. I'm saying slit.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So listen, it's just how I pronounce stuff. I know too many different languages, so I apologize. But listen,
That's
back
okay.
to the point. The universe is very funny. A lot of these things we can't explain, right?
Okay.
How things are different when you observe it. But we'll move on. I'll give you another thing also. People dreaming about same scenarios and it happening in the future is another thing that we can't spiritually understand till this point.
We actually can.
Millions of okay, well,
you just snuck in the word spiritually there too, which I
Yeah.
think was kind of interesting.
That was
okay,
that was interesting. Well,
let me
actually,
say-
actually, we can just going to throw it out. We don't need to get into a diatribe about it, but we do understand the phenomenon of people dreaming about things and then recognizing those things in the future, and so them interpreting them as like prophetic dreams or like they predicted it in their dream. So we do understand why that phenomenon occurs. It's well understood after like decades and decades of sleep studies and our understanding of human psychology. So, and smuggling and spiritual, that's hard. That's going to be a hard pass because you'd have to demonstrate the existence of something of like a
hold on.
spirit.
Jay, I understand exactly what you're saying, but hold on. I'm gonna have to park you really quick, okay? I'll state this.
Sure,
Science
just
itself,
just make sure you get me
science
on the
itself-
line. I don't want to get hit by by a passing car.
Don't worry, we'll make sure you're out of the way. But listen, we'll say this: science itself is something that we are all exploring. It's not something that's like it's not something concrete itself, right? Things are always going to be changing, and that's not something that I will take necessarily explaining it. And it's even deja vu. Your eyes lag behind your brain. It's not something that we're going to take, okay? But listen, let me just finish my whole point, and then you guys can debunk it if you want, right? For an example as well too, in the universe, another thing is that you can't have something without something. There's always something, some kind of reaction or some kind of effect. There's always two in something, two in pairs, two in interactions. For an example, if you have light and all you have is light, you won't be able to see anything. You'll be blinded. And if you have dark and too much dark, only dark, you won't be able to see anything because there's no light, you know? Um, Essentially what I'm trying to say is in this universe, there's so many different things that just don't quite make the logical criteria or cross the logical line. And to come to a conclusion on a lot of the things in the universe that we still to this day can't accurately explain, right? Indefinitely. Something simple, like for an example, 2 + 2 = 4. Something that we most of us would have obviously agree on logically. We can't explain these things till this day. To say that there is no God is it's a little funny. But hold on, I have one more
Well,
last
hang
thing.
on a second.
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta.
Hold on.
No. Hang on a minute.
Nope,
That's got to
nope.
be addressed. Go ahead, Justin. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first, you start with this, and I think it's something a lot of people make a mistake with, and it comes right back to something JL mentioned before earlier about the A not equaling not A. You said if there's too much light, then you'll be blinded. If there's too much darkness, then you can't see anything. All darkness is the absence of light. Like you can't really. They're both light. There's just different levels
We're
of
exploring
light.
language at this point. We understand that, but the
Right.
point is that there's too much darkness.
But
You can't see
the
anything.
whole thing, but you summed it all up with how can this exist without a God? Because it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, because like I'm a layman, okay? I'm not even going to try to hide that, okay? But it sounds to me like you're trying to basically say if we can't explain it, then let's have God hold this up until we can explain it.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I wanted to finish my God point, which is so short. It's super short, this part.
Okay.
But about God, right? What I was going to say about God is the way that we all think about God, Jews, Muslims, Christians, essentially God is the same thing around the entire planet. It's just human languages, different places, etc., have a different interpretation of how things happened or how God accepts certain things, right? But at the end of the day, if you were to really take a look at how the universe works via morality and how things work around the corners, you quickly realize God is more of kind of like a dictator in a way. He does not need to explain anything to you. For an example, morality is also another myth. Right now, you could gun down an entire civilization on the planet, right? Nothing would happen. Absolutely nothing would happen unless somebody came after you, of course, right? So morality itself is something, in its own corner. But essentially, what I'm trying to say is God himself is not something that needs to explain anything to you. He's
Why? Well, why?
you might hold on. I'll get there. But
Oh,
you might merely be here just for his entertainment, really.
well, that I mean, obviously that's not a just system. You understand that, right?
Yeah, of course, that's not a just system. But
Right.
if you are God
I also
yourself,
don't see
you're
how
not even-
morality and how the universe works, how they connect either. They're
just-
just not.
if you yourself were God, let's say you had a Minecraft server, right? You could do whatever you want. You can spawn whatever you want. Would you be just?
Yes.
I would not be just. I would be blowing up half the planet. I would
Why?
want to see the reactions of it's
Well, I mean,
entertainment to it.
I'm an empathetic being, so I internalize the emotional experiences of other people, like most humans. I experience empathy. So if I were a god and I had this power, I would literally create a system in which no sin, no death, no sickness, no suffering exists. Everyone has free will. Everyone knows what I want them to know. Everyone understands what I want them to understand. And if they don't want to exist there forever, they can choose to self-annihilate.
Maybe you would be a different God. But
And you know what? I've played Fallout 3, for example, and there's this great part in that particular game where you get to make a choice of blow up this town of Megaton with this nuclear bomb or don't. I could never do it. And it's just a game. It's not even real people, but I couldn't do it.
I mean, that's interesting for sure. Maybe you would be a different God. But essentially, that was my point. My point is that there's things in these universes that we can't still explain. So to root out there is no God at all, and to let's
We're
say
not-
hypothetically,
we're
We
not
haven't
saying-
rooted out there is no God.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're not saying that there isn't. What we're saying is we're not even starting from the assumption that no God exists. Okay, the problem is that the God, like however it's defined, the very category itself, I don't have access to it. So even if it did exist, I can't demonstrate that it does. So in order to factor the God into any kind of explanatory model, I would first have to assume that it does exist and that the attributes that are being presented are true. That's two assumptions that I'm not justified in making when I'm trying to explain anything. So it's not that I assume that it doesn't. Okay, we start from the positions like, what do we have access to? It's like, well, people say that God exists. Okay, well, show me where the God is, and then let's demonstrate its mechanistic relationship to the thing that we're trying to explain, the phenomena we're trying to explain, and then we can factor God into the equation. But until that God is actually demonstrated to exist, then we can't use it for anything. We can't apply it to anything. We can't make any predictions with it. So it's not. It's kind of like when human beings were formulating the first law of thermodynamics, the existence or non-existence of leprechauns did not come into play. And there are plenty of people on the planet that believe leprechauns exist. But guess what? We can't access them. We can't pull up a leprechaun and say, this leprechaun exists. Now let's find out its mechanistic relationship to the first law of thermodynamics. We can't do that. So we don't even factor it into the equation. We say, okay, well, if they exist, maybe they exist, but they don't seem to play here. And until we can figure that out, we'll just, formulate the first law of thermodynamics. So we don't start from the assumption that it doesn't. We're saying that belief that it does is unjustified. And you should start your reasoning by appealing to things that are actually demonstrable and not conceptualizations in your mind as if they are true.
So what I'm getting is you said that I'm not saying that there's no God, but I am saying to worship God that you don't understand necessarily is unjust.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the thing would have to be worthy of worship.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, then that's maybe where me and you would kind of take different paths. I would say God is a omnipotent thing that we can't explain, and we might just all be here for his like his what's the word? Entertainment, pure
Right.
entertainment.
And
Well,
you would worship that God?
I mean, if I was God myself, I would only want the same thing. I mean, think about
No,
it.
but
If you have so much power, to a
if
degree,
we're
you're
just
going to-
God's terrarium and he introduces like, he changes the weather at will just for his own entertainment and does all kinds of horrible things. He shakes the terrarium all the time to watch our buildings fall on top of our populations and things of that sort, just for shits and giggles. You're worshiping this guy?
Have you never heard of sacrifices? For an example, if I had a gun to your head right now, right, and I said, listen, I'm going to dictate exactly what you're going to be doing for the rest of this week, right? You're not going to argue with me, are you?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, absolutely, I would.
You would risk your own life and argue with me in the potential to get shot.
My life is already in danger. It's got a gun to the head. I might as well argue with you.
So MM, if you have a gun to our head and we did exactly everything that you said, what's to stop you from shooting? No, MM. If you already if you in the situation you already have a gun to our head, what is to stop you from shooting us?
For your own entertainment.
For your own entertainment. Like, what's to stop you?
In the hopes that you are judged by a person.
Why would I put my hope in someone who has already pulled a gun out?
So hold on. I'll answer your question right now, okay? You realistically are saying if you were held hostage, you would not comply.
Right. Yeah, because like Justin already said, in that scenario, my life is already in danger. This person can kill me at any point. So even if I did everything they wanted, they could still wind up killing me. So why would I make their job easier? Why would I comply when the odds are they're just going to do it anyway?
So look, I understand, but let's be realistic. I don't think you would fight back if you were a hostage.
I would fight back. I would fight back.
My only thoughts would be to escape. I would be constantly.
That's what I mean. That's fine to escape. Yes, 100%. But to fight back and risk your life, majority of people are not fighting back if they're.
While I've never been in a hostage situation, I have had guns pointed at me. Okay.
I get
so guns. And no, I'm not concerned about it. I have gone after a person with a gun.
And you must be Chad then.
I'm not Chad. I'm just it doesn't scare me. I'm not concerned about it.
It's real easy for anybody to sit here. Hold on a second. Because the other thing here is, and I'll even admit too, I really don't think that I would be very compliant if somebody had me tied to a chair in the middle of a warehouse with a gun to my head, especially depending on the demands that they're asking of me as well. I'm fairly confident that I would be, at the very least, being a smartass about the entire situation, just based on my own personality. However, as JL has said, he's never really been held hostage, and neither have I. And every situation might be a little different. And you can keep rearranging your scenario of hostage by saying, well, what if I've got two guns to your head? Or what if I've got a bomb strapped to your chest? Or what if I've got a bomb on a bus full of school children? Like, you can just keep rearranging your analogy until you're essentially already holding JL and I hostage, trying to get us to admit and convince us.
Really, everything you're bringing up. This is interesting. Everything you're bringing up can actually be equated to the religious position of like, what are you going to do if you die and you find yourself in front of God? Like, how are you going to explain yourself? Like, I've heard this probably 1,000 times from theists. It's like, when you die, you're going to find yourself in front of God and you better have an explanation. Okay, first off, why am I answering questions why am I answering questions being posed? Why is an omniscient being posing me questions? How does that make sense? If there is a God and it is defined the way people think it is, it already knows. Why is it hauling me up in front of it to explain myself? If that were to happen, if like this God were to actually do that, and I say I die, and suddenly I'm standing in front of the God, like there I am. And it's like, why did you live the way you lived? I'd be like, I'd literally probably stare at it in silence because it already knows what's in my mind. Why are you asking me questions you already know the answers to? Because the only reason you'd be doing this is to like get your yayas off before you cast me into perdition. And already by that action, it is unworthy of worship.
So, wait, am I taking too much time, Jay, by the way?
We do have some people we want to get to. Do you have any final thoughts on that? So
Yeah. So some final thoughts on that is, at the end of the day, something that you cannot run away from, that has the ability to judge your life forever, death or alive, like, and you can't contest it in any possible way, of course you're gonna have to worship that thing. And
No,
of
it would.
course you're
No, it
Why
doesn't.
would I?
That doesn't logically follow. That's a
gonna,
non
if you
sequitur.
don't, it could just destroy you. Like
Then
you
it destroys me, and I won't have to worry about anything anymore.
then that's fine. But
They've already set up a world where I'm meant to be destroyed. I am going to die according to this God, and apparently going to have to answer for things just because they decided that they were wrong or right or whatever.
Well, that's all I had to say. It was an interesting conversation.
Cool. Awesome. Stuff to think about. Appreciate it, MM. Thanks for popping up. Do appreciate
Thanks, MM.
Always good to see new faces. So thank you very much.
Man, we need more like buttons. If you haven't hit that like button yet, folks, you better smash that thing now while it still works.
All right. The Mac, you're invited up to the stage.
Man, that icon is literally the first computer I ever had.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
Hi,
pretty
Mac.
solid, dude. You're a real one. Hey, good on you. Now, I know you're arguing about all this religion stuff, all this atheistic stuff. Now, it seems like you're more on the atheist side of things, more skeptic.
Yes, I am an atheist. Typically, yeah, there's like the conversations we like to have.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, no, dude, I feel with that because, like, dude, I've been hearing this argument and it's been driving me up a wall with the previous people you talked to, and it's just, it boils down to just have faith, read the book written thousands of years ago. And I want to ask too, are you familiar with Adam Green?
That name is not ringing an immediate bell.
Right. Adam Green, BitChute. I think it's very interesting, even if you don't agree with everything he has. I don't. But it's a very interesting look at the theology and disproving such within such. And you talk to these Muslims, you talk to these Christians, you talk to these Jews, and it's the same thing. It's this Abrahamic mind virus. And it's good that you're responding to these people. And you probably have been raised in a Christian household. What's your background concept?
I was raised Catholic.
Yeah.
And no longer.
I was born into, raised in, and confirmed Methodist.
Right. That's the thing. Like I was a Lutheran myself, but when you separate from this stuff and you realize that what is the main crux of base Christianity, base Islam, base Judaism, without all these different separations, you realize it comes from the same source. I want to ask you though, like, why do you argue upon base points of logic instead of arguing to dismantle religiosity on the basis of just the systems that are? What Judaism is, they have the chosen people and all this, and the Muslims, they have to take into account Moses built the pyramids and the Jewish slaves. Like, why don't you come at it from a more historical background instead of? It seems like you're going for more of a feelings and
Well, okay. So in the past, I have done that. In the past, I've addressed like historical claims and the veracity of the Bible, and that's if the person that I'm talking to goes in that direction. So it really depends upon what the interlocutor is bringing to us, what the guest is bringing to us. Now, one thing that like exploring the logical entailments of whatever God they're positing, I find is always the best, because you can help the person to understand the logical contradictions that are entailed by their position. The whole point of the exercise is not to convince anyone I'm not trying to like convince someone to be an atheist. That's a journey that someone has to take on their own. Like my own journey was like,
Open their mind.
well, my journey was 10 years. Was 10 years of study and
Oh,
all kinds of stuff that went into that. The objective
yeah.
is to show the cognitive dissonance and
Right.
then explore how that person reconciles it.
Well, dude, that's fucking awesome. I'd recommend in such case looking at Adam Green on BitChute, and then he relates all these Abrahamic religions within theological scripture and history. A good starting point as well for many people that are skeptics on such. Albeit, I'm not gonna renege on that. I want to ask you too, as well. Like, do you think that where's the beginning of this kind of God delusion, whatever instance you have placed upon such? Like, where has this delusion of God come from, into where we're having this fucked up view of things?
Well,
Where have we
ultimately,
gone
It
off?
starts with trying to explain things, right?
Right.
Humans will always start with like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that. Somebody or something must be causing that, right? Like the first time lightning struck nearby and they saw this beam of light, I can only imagine the terror somebody experienced the first time they acknowledged that there was, lightning. And of course, the first thing they're going to do is put some kind of being behind that. So it starts out with a way to explain things that people don't understand. And as science gets their hands on it and starts explaining things, then the religions have to evolve, right? So it's like as soon as we know that lightning is no longer caused by some deity, okay, so there's no Thor, there's no Zeus, we get that, but who created the lightning? Oh, well then we get into other religions. And we all know that like a lot of the stories in the Abrahamic religions all come from just other stories that were adapted again to fit a new narrative of a worldview.
ultimately, it's about fear. That's what it boils down to: is fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
So the things that we don't know, the things that we don't understand, we are fearful of those things. The things that don't make sense, because things that we don't understand and things that we don't know pose an existential threat to our survival. So it behooves us to explain these things. And so by explaining them and understanding them, we can exert our authority over them and they no longer pose a threat to us. Okay? You imagine ancient
Yeah,
yeah.
but if you look at the pagans of the ancients, or the
Yeah.
you know,
So is that
the Valhalla or whatever it may be, pagan religion and whatnot, it gives them an answer to their ask
yeah.
if they were to serve.
So
Same with the Jap.
was it did you just wanted to give the recommendation?
No, I wanted to give the recommendation,
Mm.
and I also, in questioning you on why, you know, why do you not address it in the historical and theological perspective in which many of these people that you're arguing against, that's their argument on the historical and theological perspective? And then why don't you just relate that to Judaism, which is the crux of Christianity and Islam and all the different separations?
Well, I
This
mean,
isn't.
yeah, the kicker on that is that addressing the historicity of these things, addressing the veracity of holy books, doing all this stuff, you can get into those. You can get into the weeds on those, but ultimately it's all predicated upon one proposition: that this entity exists. And the question is, because if the entity doesn't exist, none of that shit matters. None of that, all of that, it becomes irrelevant. If the entity itself does not exist, that's where we have to start. Does it exist? Does it not exist? Or does it exist in reality? Or does it exist as nothing more than a conceptualization that people have conjured up and defined in a way that does the thing that they think needs to be done? So that's where you go. You go to the heart of the issue. Get the head of the snake.
Yeah, and also people are
Yeah, but
in here to
how did
talk
this
to
take you?
people are coming
That's
in here to talk to us as well, and we're letting them put forward the basically starting out the conversation. They're seeding the beginning of that conversation. So just to turn around and go, yeah, but history shows this, so and to disregard what they're saying would just be weird, frankly.
oh fair, yeah. Like it's multifaceted. So it's like it's your belief in faith, it's your belief in what history tells you, and what you believe within such in science or whatever it may be. If you're a whole, flat Earth guy, or Earth was started 6,000 years
Hmm.
ago. Yeah, it just as an example.
Yeah.
Well,
Not as common nowadays, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think the best way to go for it is giving you advice. And, I'm not the guy necessarily. I'm just an average Joe. But
Yeah, we're aware
there's
of those points and those arguments. Like, for instance, if someone were to come in and start to tell us that they found Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat or whatever, then we're just going to come right in with those exact examples that you just put forward.
yeah, kind of bullshit. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
bro. Like, we found
Yeah.
Jesus's bones.
There's a
How do you
time and a
know?
place for the right argument, and it all depends on the topic that's brought forward. And we're doing our best to just be as honest as possible and as fair as possible as well.
right.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm trying to be fair with you. At the end of the day, um, I mean, why not just relate it all to Judaism and relate it all on this base aspect where when you talk to these Christians and these Muslims, these Jews and the Buddhists and all this whole ideological and theological kind of conquering, why do you not kind of juxtapose that between the factual evidence of what has happened, how they have designed the tribes Ishmael and Jacob in order to fulfill these duties, and then look at the history of the Roman Empire and look at the history of all this other stuff down south within the east of Morocco in Saudi Arabia,
Well,
ancient
did
Saudi
we?
Arabia.
Yeah, we definitely get it, and we take them piecemeal. So we like to see what the guest wants to bring to us. All right, but we got some other guests that we got to get to. Okay, Mac, but we appreciate the recommendation, the Adam Green recommendation. So thank you very much for that, bud.
Let me let one more off. Let me let one more thing off.
Okay,
Appreciate all you do. Thank you,
thank
Adam
you.
Green. I think you can have a debate. You can email the guy. He's very accessible, and I can put in a recommendation for you. And also, yeah, man, best of luck. Uh, I guess
Well, thank you. Appreciate that,
spirits
bud.
blessed, spirits blessed or whatever.
Thanks, Mac.
You have a good, whatever. You don't believe in God,
All
whatever works for you, dude.
right, bud.
Appreciate your time, but I'll subscribe. You'll see me in the comments section. I'll see you out, bro.
Hey, Mac, did
But
you hit like yet? Did you hit the like button?
no, it didn't, dude.
Oh, jeez.
I'll hit the like button eventually. I hit the sub button. I'll hit the fucking likes. Don't worry, man.
Well, dude, I do
But
appreciate that,
like,
Mac.
well,
All right.
but JL,
Yes,
like,
sir.
you gotta. The main point I'm trying to put forward is, dude, you gotta go at them from the theology. If you look at this Adam Green shit, yeah, he goes a bit schizo sometimes.
I
Just
mean,
starts
I
complaining
think
this and that,
JL,
but he
Mac,
reads
like,
the
we
Bible.
appreciate the advice, Mac. We appreciate the advice. But JL's got a channel. He's
Yeah.
got this Discord. He's got his avenue. He's got the way he wants to go. If you've got a better way to argue it, then go do it, man. Go
Absolutely.
do it.
If you want to say, yeah, and Mac, and Mac, if you start if you start punching out the content, man, be sure I will be checking it out. Okay.
All right, bro. I'm gonna DM you like within 5 minutes, and then we'll set something up. But at
All
the
right.
end of the day, hey, bro, if you want to argue with these people, you got to go down to their level, in a sense. Like, you have to research that shit.
All right, bud. All right,
All right, thanks, Mac.
we got to move to our next person, okay?
No
But
worries,
thanks,
bro.
Mac.
Hey, God bless. Whatever you bless.
Okay.
Bless loose.
Take it easy, bud.
Peace.
We got a super
Oh.
chat from PhD Tony. I don't know if you read them at the end or if you read them
Yeah.
as they come or what.
Yeah, I read it. I'll read them at the end. I did see that coming in.
right.
StreamYard automatically stars them for me, so I don't miss them. So I'm
Sweet.
so glad they put that feature in there. All right, moving on. Thank you, Mac, for popping up and talking with us. Appreciate that. And next up, we got Sesmets. Sesmets, you are invited up to the stage.
I googled the Adam Green guy, and I get a whole lot of stuff. I'm not sure which Adam Green he's referring to, and as I said that, my phone's Google just turned on.
Bummer. Okay, so Sesmets jump back to the bottom of the list. That's okay. Ducks, you're invited up.
Spider-Man.
Yo,
Hey, Ducks.
how's it going, guys?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I've been listening to the chat. It's been a good conversation.
Excellent.
I'm sad
Thank
I
you.
missed the first guest I heard was the Muslim guy who it seemed you guys had a really good conversation with.
Yeah, it was good stuff. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you got for us today?
Yeah, I wanted to. So I think I have a kind of argument that's meant to like appeal to someone like you.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, like we
Someone
could go
like
down
him, like people with beards.
No, I don't know if he has a beard or not. I meant someone like with his kind of I don't know how best to describe it. Like when you were saying logic is descriptive, and then you talked a bit more about physics. Someone with a bit more of a rational mind, kind of like that.
Okay.
So here's the argument. Kind of goes you were saying the things that you presuppose, I guess, is that everyone has their own individual experience. And
yeah, to clarify a little bit, because I kind of glossed over it. So starting from Descartes, the whole "I think, therefore I am" thing. I myself kind of prescribe to the Nietzsche, the Nietzsche critique of that, in that by virtue of the doubting, that we can confirm that an experience is being had. But I would agree with Nietzsche. Sorry, I just listened to a guy say Nietzsche. I hope, but I agree with Nietzsche in that we presuppose that the thing having the experience is the I. So, like when we say an experience is being had, yes, and that experience we know it's being had because that experience can be doubted. Okay, great. But can we say absolutely that the thing having the experience is the I? Or is the I merely a projection a la Descartes' demon? So we presuppose the I, and then we work from there. So that's where I start from.
Okay, maybe because I'm not too well educated on stuff like that, I didn't really follow. But I think I guess what I wanted to say is my argument kind of goes something like this. There exists an experience in this world that people label as God. They might have some kind of experience and they might label it as God. What we accept are descriptions of reality, and then those realities may or may not include a God. I guess I would, if I could put in like premise conclusion, it would be that so we it would be as though, so we accept people's descriptions of reality, and those descriptions that are true correspond to, I guess, everybody's reality. But what I would argue for is a kind of subjectivism, whereby there are a description of reality. Right now, the thing that makes a description of reality true is what is most natural. And what is most natural is what can be discovered with science. But the thing about science is that science includes within it various kind of presumptions about observers, and say, for instance, like for the need for something scientifically to be true, it must be repeatable, like a repeatable experiment. And now my background is as a scientist, specifically like a physicist. And I can point to many things that are true in science and that are true in the physical world, but aren't true in my everyday experience. And I would encounter that God to me is one of those things that's true in my experience, but doesn't seem true in the in descriptions of, I guess, physical reality or the natural world. And I think a lot of people go towards this this view of naturalism, and they kind of forget this key fact that built into naturalism is a sort of mob mentality and a denial of the individual. And I think that a lot of people who argue for atheism, I guess my problem with it is that it does kind of degrade the individual in a sense. And it kind of puts pressure on, there's this huge mob shouting you down, and here's you kind of have no recourse to say against them. You know what I mean?
I get where you're coming from. I do want to make sure that we clarify that when it comes to the methodology, when it comes to scientific methodology, right? Scientific methodology operates with the things that we have access to. Okay, so science is when a scientist engages in the scientific method, the assumption is not that naturalism is the only thing. So we don't assume naturalism is true to operate going forward. The problem is that when we are asserting that things exist that cannot be accessed, like a person's individual subjective experience. So when they have that experience, we absolutely acknowledge that they had an experience. Yes, I believe that that person had an experience. The question then is, what does that experience tell us about mind-independent reality, about the reality that's external to them? Does it tell us anything about it? Okay. And then we can explore that by looking like any conclusions that are drawn from that experience. Is there a mechanism by which we can eliminate any potential biases in that, or anything that went into formulating that conclusion? The problem is that with a person's individual subjective experience, especially something that they're calling a god, there's nothing that we can do with that. A person can say, yes, I had an experience and I'm calling it this. And that's fine. But the problems begin when they start asserting that their experience represents reality and is true and is representative of a thing that exists in reality external to them. And then they go even further and start saying that everybody else needs to start believing that too. Okay. So it really is more like the pushback comes when a person believes by virtue of their experience, they then have the authority to dictate how other people live or how other people reason about reality. And that's where the conflict happens.
Yep, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. And I think what you're saying near the end about what you're describing is what I would describe as like fascism or like religious fascism.
Yeah, like autocratic theocracy, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I guess where you and I would have some disagreement is, in a sense, it seems like you agree with me that a scientist has no presumption, no reason to prefer naturalism to another theory. So to a scientist, all those theories are kind of equal. I guess you could say, in a sense, what's that word? A priori, right? They're equal.
So, well, the theories, the explanatory theories that we employ and the predictive models that we build off of them. So those all come from just like, the work that is being done, and, coming to bad conclusions, like eliminating bias, going through the whole long, arduous, very boring process. One of the kicker things about that, it was always, pointed out to me by people who work in these fields professionally, is that science is actually quite boring because it's long and it's tedious and arduous and oftentimes really annoying in its meticulousness. that a lot of people just like to a lot of people they enjoy looking at science's ass when it walks by, but they really don't care, or they really don't want to know about all the work that got into making that ass look like that. So to put it in an analogy.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Right. So I find that, yeah. So we do assume that there is an external, we do assume that there is an external reality, because obviously, there's no solution for hard problems or hard solipsism, but of course we all do that. Every human being on the planet does it, whether you're a theist or an atheist or whatever. So there are some presumptions that are in there, but those presumptions obviously can't be broken. We can't demonstrate that there is not an external reality. We only have a choice to operate as though there is one, because we interact with shit that's external of us all the time. So we're kind of stuck in this paradigm by virtue of our very biology, of our very evolution. So yeah, we recognize that there are limitations that, the limitations to induction and stuff like that, the problem of induction, and we try to work within the confines of those things. Without, we recognize our limitations and we don't go beyond them. That's the kicker there.
I guess if I were to summarize my objection to what I hear you saying in one sentence, it would be, I think there's kind of an inconsistency in the sense that you're saying that on one hand, science holds naturalism and has no reason to prefer naturalism. And then on the other hand, you would say, yet science comes to the conclusion that naturalism is true.
Well, no, science comes to naturalistic conclusions because naturalism is what we have access to. Okay.
Right.
So,
but
right. So
can I say why that's a problem?
Okay. So if you can demonstrate how we can have access to an internal subjective experience and demonstrate that represents reality and the mechanism by which we eliminate bias, if you can do that, then you'd have an argument. Because as far as I know, there currently exists no means to do that.
Okay, awesome. So,
yeah.
I think what my objection to what you had said was, you had said naturalism describes things with which we have access to, and my objection was simply going to be that there are things that exist that we do not have access to, and so to then say, and the thing about naturalism that is the mistake with it is that it makes the conclusion there are natural things, therefore all things are natural.
Yeah, that would be.
I don't think it does that leap.
Yeah, that would be a composition fallacy. Oh, I'm sorry, that would be shit. No, that's not a composition fallacy. That would be black swan fallacy. Okay, sorry about that. It would be a black swan fallacy, and that's not what we're assuming. So the first thing you said there, really, really important. There are things that exist that we don't have access to. If we don't have access to them, how do we know that they exist?
We presuppose their existence, and one example of that would be the existence of other minds. I don't have access to your mind, but I accept that your mind is real, and I don't think that there's any kind of science. I can't do any observation or experiment to prove you're real, but it's something I accept that allows me to do experiment and observation.
Right. Yeah, we do presuppose that there is an external reality that we are interfacing in, and that the external reality that we interface with is the external reality that exists. Now, the only result of this, and just to clarify, shaken fist, what he's talking about is we don't have access to each other's subjective experiences is the issue. As far as minds go, yeah, I could throw him in a functional MRI. I can see his brain work. I can figure out how his thoughts are forming, and I figure out where they are in his brain. But as far as the other person's subjective internal experience, I don't have access to that. I can tell when he's thinking, but I can't tell what he's thinking unless I can direct his thoughts, which experimentally I can to a degree, but his random stream of internal conscious internal conversations and shit, I can't tell what that is. I can only see that his brain is working. So, but going off of this, if we do make that assumption, but we also can't break that. So we do start by that presumption, but we also don't. After that, we try to limit the number of assumptions that we make. We don't multiply your entities unnecessarily. Okay, so if you're making an assumption that you don't have to make, then obviously don't make it. Because the only reason you'd be making it is because you want to make it. Okay, or it's justifying something personal with you. Okay, so yeah, we all start from that. Every worldview gets hung up on a horn of the trilemma. That's unavoidable. So, but after we're done and we've established that this is where we're at, this is our starting point, then we move forward from there. There's a couple things that are unavoidable by every human being on the planet. We work within the confines of those and try to limit their influence as best as possible. So yeah, it's not perfect. And the ultimate result is that any truth claim or any like proposition we make that is true about reality, it is probabilistically true and not absolutely true. That's the only caveat. That's where it leads us to, is that every truth proposition is probabilistic. It's not absolute. Even though it may have the appearance of being absolute, because we don't know everything and because our experience is subjective, there could be more out there. Even if human beings have already discovered all there is to know about gravity, there is nothing more to discover. We don't know that. We could never say we know everything about gravity. We can't say that, because we can't say that that's a true statement. We keep doing the work, and maybe new evidence will come along, maybe it won't, but we'll still do the work, and we'll try to get that probability as high as possible, to the point that it would be irrational to doubt it.
I agree with like everything you're saying, and so I understand if you got but the thing that I think everything about not knowing everything about gravity, I think where I have a disagreement is because you've described yourself as an atheist. And in particular, it sounds as though you believe, like, maybe I'm reading too much into this, so I'd rather just ask you.
Sure.
But like, do you believe there's something wrong with believing in God?
No, I absolutely. Oh, sorry. I believe that a person can reason themselves to classical deism. Even though classical deism is unfalsifiable, you can reason yourself to it because you can't eliminate it from contention. Sure, there very well could be an intelligence out there that kicked the football on the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. Sure. That's possible. That is a logical possibility. We cannot eliminate that from contention yet. Okay, but when belief in a particular thing, the way you define it, the way that God is defined, if belief in that is justified by committing logical fallacies, yes, there is something wrong with that. Because in my eyes, this is totally my humble opinion, when you open the door to irrational thinking like that, then I kind of side with Voltaire. Those who can convince you of absurdities can convince you to commit atrocities. Irrational beliefs lead to irrational behaviors. And so that's where I go with that. So yeah, reason yourself up to a point. Be open-minded, but not so much your brain falls out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I agree with everything you said about being irrational. I guess I wouldn't agree with you thinking that just belief in God straight up is irrational. And I would kind of appeal to you in the sense that, you said all propositions are probabilistic as to whether or not they're true. There are no absolutes. And I think that if I were to kind of try and persuade you of anything in this conversation, it would be to be less persuaded that there is no God. And the argument that I've given, which I think you kind of are following and maybe somewhat see value in some sense, and that is effectively that there's individuals out there with experiences, and we can't know, like there are aspects that are not in, I forget the terminology you used, they're not accessible to us. So there's knowledge in this universe that is not accessible to us. And thus our theories of that which is accessible to us are incomplete for describing our experiences.
I'd agree with you on that. I think but it's also important to remember that just because the amount of things that we don't know is larger than the amount that we do, like if you take the two circle diagram, the giant circle is what we don't know and the small circle is what we do, as far as like the universe, the universe itself. Just because the amount that we don't know is higher does not increase the probability that any given thing is true. So like I've heard the argument before that people say there's so much that we don't know, and so because there's so much we don't know, then it is that increases the probability that a God exists. It's like it's not the way it works. It just means there's a lot we don't know. So we got to take these
And with
things individually. Yeah.
And with every new discovery, it brings 2 new questions. So that
Yeah.
outer circle just keeps getting bigger as the inner circle gets bigger as well.
Right. And if a God, I will say this, if a God existed, any God, if this entity existed, I would certainly want to know if that was true. If a God existed, they say it's true, I want to know that, because the knowledge of that would allow me to make better and more informed decisions about myself, about reality. The understanding it would bring would be, instrumental. It would be great. But the problem is just knowing that it exists, while that closes a lot of doors, it also opens up a whole new field, because you've answered one question. Now it's time to start answering other questions. Now that we've confirmed its existence, now we can ask all kinds of questions about the thing. Like, is it worthy of worship and shit like that? So, like,
where did it come from?
Where did it come from? What is it that dictates to it that it must do anything? Like, what? These are all questions that have to be answered if we can first confirm that it exists.
Yeah, JL, thanks so much. This has been an awesome conversation. I have one thing I'd like to leave you with.
Sure.
Yeah, and then I'll hop off. But I really appreciate the conversation so far. I guess my last. So you and I sound like we have very similar reasoning behind what we're saying, and I think I found a lot of agreement in what you're saying. You found some agreement in what I'm saying, and I think what I would leave you with is a sense, in the sense that God, like the God that you're describing when you said at the end, I would like to know if a God exists. I think that God exists in people's experiences. And if I were to give you a sense of, how best I think, if you're genuinely seeking God, it is through experience. And it's through some kind of experience in the world. Me as a Christian would say it's like the witness of the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit does something in your life that makes you come to God. But I truly think that it's in people's individual experiences. And what I was saying about, if I were to try to persuade you against naturalism, it would be that there are things in the universe which we do not understand and do not in principle understand because of naturalism.
It's interesting to me that us as humans, these fallible beings that God created, have to work so hard to find him when he could literally just show up right here, right now, and be like, here I am. And also, I would also probably argue a little bit that if God did show up and meant, look, I'm here, I'm real, accept it, he would then become natural. He would be part of the natural world.
Yeah, and one thing I want to leave you with, Duck, because you were talking about your personal experiences, and you don't need to answer this now. I just want to leave you with this so you can think about it and take it with you. When you're talking about experiences that come from a God, I want you, like, when you think about that and the experiences that you've had that you've interpreted as coming from a God, explore the mechanism, your personal mechanism by how you determine that an experience is actually coming from a God, or if you've been taught to interpret it as coming from a God. If you can come up with a mechanism by which you can differentiate between those two, you will have a leg up on every other theist in the world.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, JL. That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I'll just reply to that. So I like how you both kind of put things in the sense, like, Hooligan, you said, God could make it obvious he exists.
Right.
And then JL kind of responded to that by saying, well, even if you are certain that you've had an experience of God, you need some mechanism by which you determine whether that mechanism is God.
Right.
And so what I would say...
And which God?
And which God, exactly. And what I can say is, in my personal beliefs, to answer Hooligan, like, I think that God could show up in that kind of aspect. And to JL, I would then have to make a determination, is this thing that I am experiencing God? And I would hope I choose the right path.
Right. Never be afraid to go Captain Kirk. If it shows up asking for a starship, ask what it needs with a starship. I've always loved that. It's like, excuse me, what does God need with a starship? I mean, you're God, you know. So I'm never be afraid to go Captain Kirk on it.
Yeah. So JL, if I could kind of maybe get out what I mean by the experience of God, in the sense that you just described, like, you know, God not needing a starship, like there's God. There's an idea of it, like a God in your head that you would believe in, I guess, and he follows certain rules. And I think that just comes from an experience in the world. Like, yeah. And I guess I'm just trying to say, just, you know, be a bit more open-minded.
Gotcha. Yeah. And any God that demonstrates itself, I will believe. Obviously, I would believe in. If a God demonstrated itself and I was able to determine that it actually was a God and not something just claiming to be a God, which is another question in and of itself. But if it actually did show up and demonstrated itself and it actually, of course, I would not logically be able to be an atheist anymore. I would be a theist because, oh, well, the God, it demonstrated itself. Oh, there's the God. Now we got to ask more questions. So I would go in that direction. So as long as it, you know, if it's out there, if it can do it, then, you know, let it do it. But I get you. Absolutely. Appreciate it, Duck. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, bud.
Doc, hit that like button on your way out, bud.
Yeah, where is it? Just I didn't know where.
Right next to the thumbs down.
Oh, if you're,
I'm on my phone.
Okay, so you're on Discord. So I don't think there's a like button on Discord. But if you're, I'm doing this live on my YouTube channel, so you can hit the like button there.
Well, then everybody else will hit the like
yeah.
button for Duck. Everyone else hit the like button for Duck.
All right, cheers.
All right, take care, bud.
I'm such a shill, and I don't care.
I always feel so weird, you know. I always feel so self-conscious asking, you know.
Yeah.
All right, Facto with the cool dragon PFP because I actually like dragons. I collect dragons. So how's it going, bud?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Good. Thank you for your patience. I know it took a while to get you. Appreciate you hanging out.
That's fine.
Hey, Facto.
Hi.
What you got for us today?
So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you both are atheists, but I was going to ask a question that Christian got before, but he's already long gone. So I'll ask you. You said that you grew up as a Methodist, right?
Yes, I was raised in, confirmed. Yep.
And did you ever were you ever fully into possibly into that all that stuff? Were you ever because I was listening to another guy, I forget his name now, but he was apparently going to seminary, but then he became an atheist. What drew you to, let's say, more look into, let's say, the question of whether or not there is a deity?
So, okay, just make sure that, because it might be a connection issue like that. Just to make sure I heard your question right. You're asking me, what was it that got me to question?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to try and nutshell this best I can because I can get a little long-winded on these personal stories. When I was growing up, I was bullied a lot. I know a lot of kids were, but I experienced a lot of bullying. I was a short kid. I was fat. And I experienced a lot of shit from other kids. You know, it's just typical kid nonsense. But I was familiar with bullying, okay? And it really hurt when not only when I was bullied, but when I heard people talking about me behind my back, like when they thought I couldn't hear them. That stuff is always really, really painful, especially as a kid when you're 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. You're going through puberty.
100%.
It's just terrible. Now, that's just so I'm familiar with bullying. Okay. The event that took place, it was after my confirmation. I was in the congregation, and my pastor, at the time, Pastor Jack, good guy, great dude, really more of a philosopher than a pastor, which is why I like him so much. We're still friends. But he was given his sermon, and during the sermon, he made a joke at the expense of the Baptists. Okay. Now, if anybody is familiar with Baptist and Methodist, there is bad blood there. We get it. But he made a joke at the expense of the Baptists, and everybody laughed. Now, at the time, I got the joke. I understood it, but I didn't find it funny. And that's because I did not see any humor in poking fun at someone who is not there to defend themselves. I understood at that age I was about 13 years old. I understood that even though we disagree on some things, we're all technically still on the same side. They're Christians, we're Christians. We have a different viewpoint, that's fine, but we're all technically supposed to be on the same side. Core tenets and all that other stuff. why are we making fun of another group and ostensibly talking about them behind their backs? Why are we doing that? How is this an acceptable thing? And it was from that moment I began to recognize that there may be more of a human influence here than I first like was aware of. And that's where it came in. It's like, well, okay. So I had to look into the justifications for that. And that moment began a journey of a little over a decade of study, of talking to religious leaders, looking at other faiths, walking through the history, going to school, deliberately like going after this because it was a shake to my faith. And I admit, for like the first half of that journey, I was trying to hold on to it until I began to realize that what I was holding on to was literally nothing more than vaporware. And so slowly but surely, as I peeled back the layers and understood from an external perspective what I was believing in or what I was claiming was true was in fact not true. And so slowly but surely, I got to that point. Now everybody's journey is different, but that was mine. Yeah.
And I just have a question in general. I was just curious about your background because you said you were a Methodist. So this is more a question I would say probably better for Christians, but unless you're a former Christian, so I'll ask you, and you're pretty educated on the topic. When it comes to science and the scientific community, overall, the scientific community doesn't have a certain position, but I know scientists do have a position when it comes to God and try to do scientific experiments disproving God. My question is that I see a lot of Christians saying all this evidence and all this stuff is wrong and it's not right. But why can Christians never disprove scientists when it comes to, scientific experiments and the scientific answer to a deity or a Christ?
Okay.
Did you just ask why can't Christians use science to disprove God and Christ?
No, I'm saying why can't they disprove scientists who use science to prove whether or not there is a God or not?
Okay, well, I wouldn't say it's science because science, as far as science goes, in the tool of science that we use to explain phenomena that we experience, the best that science can do is they can remove God as the explanatory cause for a given phenomena. That's what science ostensibly does, is that they assert the God and that the God does the thing. And then science comes along, the methodology, the people come along with the tool and they say, okay, well, let's find out what the explanation is. See if the explanation is in fact a God. Okay. And well, first I would assume that the God exists. Can we demonstrate the God exists? No, it does. No, we can't. So we can't start with the assumption that the God did it because that would first assume that it exists. So then we start working basically, backwards, trying to determine what this thing is. Like what is the phenomena, what causes it, so on and so forth. So that's really all science can do, is remove God as a sufficient explanation for any given phenomena. Because God claims are theological in nature and they're not scientific in nature, that's where you're going to get those two. That's where you're going to get that headbutt, is because that's why belief in God is not like my atheism is not predicated on science. And theism is generally not predicated on science either. So,
I agree.
Yeah, they're like the two separate things. Like I understood these things scientifically when I was a Christian, and was able to reconcile them. The natural way of the world is just the way that God did it. Is the way I used to believe. So I would say because it's two different because it's two different ideologies. One is feelings based and one is evidence based. That's where you're going to get that headbutt.
Yes, but I'm more men along the lines of those who deny science. Let's say it's like even let's say an explainer, like the people who deny evolution, even though there's much evidence and it's pretty much been proven that evolution is a thing.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Why can they not? Why can they not disprove evolution, even though they've tried so hard to?
Because it's a fact. How are you going to disprove it?
Because it's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll say that's mainly one of the reasons why maybe I strayed off the path. It's more because I just see a bunch of word mixing and mincing and just a bunch of this and a bunch of that, but nothing to really hold it up. It's like shallow water.
I think the biggest issue is for a lot of Christians, not all of them, but for a lot of Christians, I think the problem that they run into is trying to reconcile that the evidence, the actual evidence that we have access to, does not comport with or does not confirm or comport with all of the aspects of their worldview. So a lot of Christians will hold not only that the God exists, but that the Bible is true and that the Bible is inerrant. But the problem is the evidence that we see, the evidence that we have access to, contradicts the Bible. So a lot of Christians are able to reconcile that by saying, okay, well, the Bible is a work of man. Man is inherently infallible. So there's quite logically possible that in the transcription of the Bible, men got things wrong, or they were writing things down metaphorically or whatever. And there may be even some stuff in there that is not divinely inspired. That's logically possible as well, by virtue of the editorial process. And so they'll reconcile that abiogenesis and evolution are in fact the mechanisms by which God created and diversified life. And there's no logical contradiction there. The only issue is that it doesn't confirm the Bible. And so they can't reconcile how the book could be false. The God could exist, but the book could be false, and that the evidence is true. So they can't reconcile that. So that's why they may have that hang up.
Yeah. I don't want to take up too much time because I know other people are here, but I do have one more question.
Sure.
It goes to what you're saying about when crap, I forgot it now. Oh, this is embarrassing. Anyway, I forgot about it, so I'll just wrap up now then. When it comes to this server, I see you sometimes. I see you a lot. But it's one person I would definitely recommend you speak to and see if you're trying to do some sort of collaboration. Obviously, up to you. It's he's more of a meme, but maybe do a collaboration with Darth Dawkins, just make him look like a bit of an idiot. I do see him in this server a lot.
Doesn't he just go around making himself look like an idiot on his own? Like
he does. He really does. Like his whole tactic is step 1, stop. Step 2, stop. Step 3, start screaming, stop.
If I have to hear him say the word ultimate one more time, I swear.
I can tell you this facto. I have engaged with Darth in the past. I did one video on him, and I lived rent free in his head for about half a year after that. But I've engaged, but he has me mute on site. And that's because and that's simply because he can't defeat the analytical philosophy, and he can't acknowledge that his own reasoning is circular. And that's why he does it's virtuously circular because the outcome is good. It's like, no, that's not the way that works. So that Van Tillian presup bullshit nonsense, Van Til is not the second coming when it comes to fucking philosophy. Shit is circular. Everybody knows it's circular. And that's why presuppositional apologetics is an ever dwindling field that nobody of any decent education takes seriously. So
my newest favorite argument against Darth Dawkins right now is I'm going to call it another creator right now. Mr. Anderson did a video about the Parker Brothers defense. And the way the Parker Brothers defense works is just like if you're playing Monopoly with somebody and you're losing really bad, the only way to avoid losing is to flip the table over.
Yes, just flip
So
it.
that's exactly what Darth Dawkins does, especially when he's in control of the channel, is just when he's about to lose, he just mute this guy, get rid of him, he's terrible. And he Parker Brother defenses the whole thing. It's fantastic.
And it's the worst thing because you're talking to him and he mutes you and he keeps unmuting you and he's giving you got to say yes or no. But you can't just say yes or no because it gives you no context.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I think the very last conversation I had with him, I quoted Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Sorry, it's the Milton Bradley defense, by the way.
I cited Wittgenstein to support my reasoning and my probabilistic certitude and how we get to these things. And the minute I cited it, he didn't even respond. He just server muted me and then he banned me from the room. So I will say that while Darth is not intelligent in a lot of fields, he is aware of a number of things. And when faced with them, he can't defeat them. And so it's all about like justification and sufficiency, and that's like sufficient explanations and justification, and he can't beat that. That's just how it goes. So like he does. It's the Parker Brothers defense, the Milton Bradley defense. He just flips the table. Yeah,
just flips the table. It's
All right.
perfect.
Well, I won't hold up much more of your time. I just want to say thank you for letting me up, and thank you for answering my questions.
absolutely.
So, you have a great
Thanks
rest
for
of your
coming.
day.
You as well, Facto. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So many fresh
Yeah.
faces. Yeah, so many new
Yeah.
faces this
Darth
week.
Dawkins and the constant. What is your ultimate reason for that? What is your ultimate? It's like, oh my god! Like, shut up.
It's so he's so diminished in the analytics now. I think nobody's really covering him anymore because there's more entertaining voices because his shtick hasn't changed in like almost like 13 years. So there's really no point. Yeah. All right, moving on. Dread Assassin.
Good grief! Terrifying.
Dread Assassin coming in with a particular set of skills.
How
No, not at all. What's it called?
are you, Dread?
I'm chilling. I just have a question. It's kind of a little slightly off topic, I guess. Can you explain to me I can't even pronounce it. Agnostic? Agnosticism? I can't even. Yeah, that word.
Are you talking about agnosticism, like agnosticism and igtheism?
Agnostic.
Agnostic.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
I don't really understand it because I believe to be agnostic, like the way I interpret it is that I believe that there's a higher power, but we don't know what it is or what it wants, nor do I even 100% believe there is even a God at all. So it's like, am I interpreting that correctly, or like, I don't know.
That sounds like you just nailed the definition. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, Joe.
Yeah, pretty much. So, okay, so wow, I could get long-winded on this, and I've gotten some complaints lately
really
that I get too long-winded. Yeah, the ha ha ha. Anyway,
prove it.
So, let me see if I can nutshell this. Now, atheism and agnosticism. Okay, so first and foremost, the two words agnostic refers to knowledge, and atheism refers to belief. Okay, now belief and knowledge are intertwined, but they're not the same. So when you are agnostic to a thing, it's that you do not have knowledge. So gnostic meaning knowledge, and then agnostic, the prefix there meaning no knowledge. Okay, so if you don't have knowledge of a thing of a god, then you are agnostic to the truth of that proposition. You do not know if it is true. You do not know if it exists. You are agnostic to it. You don't know. Now, the big kicker on this one, and this is really, really important. I feel like I need to suss this out. I'm going to see if I can knock it out really easy. In the ancient world, the term Gnostic is different from pistis. Okay, pistis is the term derived from the ancient Proto-Indo-European language that basically talks about the knowledge that you feel or intuit to be true. Okay, and then gnosis refers to knowledge at the time when the term was coined, referred to knowledge that was demonstrated to be true because the gods had revealed it. Okay, that's where the etymology of gnosis comes from. Is you had knowledge that was revealed by the gods, and that's how you knew it to be true about the world. And then there was things that you felt to be true, but you couldn't necessarily demonstrate them to be true. That's the difference. So pistis is where we get faith from. That's where faith is. The things that you intuit to be true, the things that you hope are true, the things that you feel are true, but you can't demonstrate them to be true. That's faith. Gnosticism, because of its etymological root in the existence of gods, that's where Gnostic Christians came from. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the knowledge that is divinely revealed. And that's how we know it to be true external of us. Okay? Now, we know now that that's fallacious. That we actually have to assume the God exists in order to reveal anything to us. So Gnostic has come to refer to that knowledge that is true because it has been demonstrated to be true, independent of our experiences. Okay, so that's the important thing. So when you're saying you're agnostic, you're saying that you don't know it because it has not been demonstrated to be true. And therefore, that's why you don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I have the assumption, like, I feel like a 90% chance, like that I'm roughly speaking, basically, that there is like a higher power, but not necessarily God. So I don't know how to describe. Like, is that still agnostic? Because I don't really
So
understand from that.
I'd like to
Yeah,
just
go
real
for it.
quick. JL is 100% right, and I completely agree with him. He can really go long on that topic. What I would say is, why worry about the labels so much? I mean, you have a position, you have a belief, and a little bit of a lack of belief. Like, like right here, right now on this stage, I'm presenting as atheist, but even I have a hard time with the label of atheist myself, because for me to be able to label myself atheist, I have to accept that there's people out there that even believe in a God, and I'm not even sure that I think most theists actually believe the things they're saying. So, I appreciate you're trying to get the definition of this particular label, and I think JL nailed it pretty good. In fact, you seem to have a really good understanding of what the definition is. But don't worry about the label so much.
Right.
Well, I mean, you understand every word that I'm saying, right? When it comes to the language that we speak.
Oh yeah. Your intuition on what it means is correct.
I'm sorry.
Your intuition, like what you had a feeling as to what agnostic meant, and you were correct on that.
Oh, so I'm chill. Okay, well
Yeah.
then, yeah, we're good.
You're good. You're good to go. Yeah, I just wanted to give a kind of like the context, like how we arrived at these things, to kind of so we have a better understanding of where the terms come from. And so now that you're aware of that, when someone comes along and tries to challenge you, like someone like, and I hate to bring him up again, someone like Darth Dawkins says agnostics don't exist.
That will never happen.
Yeah, that's a false statement. That is a patently false statement. Agnostics do exist, because they're acknowledging that they don't know. They do not possess the knowledge. So that's the key thing. So
yeah, someone in the chat pointed out that you would be like an agnostic atheist.
Right. Yeah.
But then you gave us some numbers of like you're 90% there on the God side, but you've got a little bit of doubt. So you could even just say you're an agnostic theist.
You could, you're an agnostic theist, or you could be an agnostic deist, where there's a thing that exists, and it kicked the football in the universe, but it left no evidence of its existence, and we can't rule it out.
Or you could be Dread Assassin and not let people label you.
There you go. I like that too.
No, I was just curious because like I've been it's been a while thinking about like what's the because I there's the theists and all this other shit. I was like, where am I? But that's just my I guess my autistic way of thinking of that kind of stuff.
You see, when
I appreciate it though.
Oh, not a problem. Now, this what'll really cook your noodle is that when you first came on, I thought you were saying agnostic, IG, and like agnostic and igtheism. Are you familiar with those terms?
No, that's new information.
Okay, so playing in these circles, you're likely to run across these. You'll likely run across these terms. Ignosticism, IG Gnosticism. So ignosticism basically refers to the position that the category of God, like the category itself, is an incoherent concept, because there exists no universal, concrete, mind-independent definition of what a God is. So the category only exists as someone defines it. So in order for there to be a God, one like literally defines what it is. It says, this is the thing, it's defined this way, and that is what the God is. But technically, anything can be a God. The sun can be a God. My neighbor's
George Carlin, R.I.P.
Yeah, my next door neighbor's black Labrador who talks to me could be a God. So anything can be put into that category, and because anything and everything can be put into that category, whether you think it's rational or irrational is irrelevant. Because a person can define the God as whatever they want, that means the God literally is incoherent, because that means it can be anything. Now, it also could be none of those things, but that's why it's incoherent, because there's no way to say like specifically, universally, that's what the God is. Absolutely. So agnostics will basically say, because the category is essentially incoherent, the very concept of a God is not even worth talking about, because when you say it, you're not actually invoking anything. You're just saying, I think that this is what the thing is that does the thing that I think needs to be done. And what am I supposed to do with that? So agnostics will literally be like, whatever,
All right. That's pretty straightforward.
Cool.
Thanks. I will say this: that guy Simets is trying to. I know he's been trying to get in. He or she. I don't even know this person. I don't know how you're going to try to get there because he or she is having some sort of difficulty to trying to get in the call in the first place.
Oh,
so
bummer.
I don't know how to work with that.
Yeah, they said they're on an iPad and they didn't see any kind of confirm to get in. I saw that in the chat, but I guess we'll try again anyways.
Yeah, we'll give him a shot. He's up next. Well, they're up next. So yeah, but thank you, Dredd.
Yep, thank you.
All right, bud. Take care. All right. Yeah, I know I can get into the whole like agnostic thing because that really tends to like to take a spin on it. It's kind of like, well, wait a second. Why even say you're an atheist? Because if the thing is incoherent, then that's why atheism is pretty much just kind of like in social circles. You know,
Yeah.
when you're in conversation with people so they understand what you're talking about. All right, says Mets. Come on up. I believe it is a great. There you go. You got it.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Actually,
sorry, I couldn't. I was on the iPad and I couldn't find a way to get in. But yeah.
Oh, not a problem. I'm glad. Thank you
I'm
for
on
hanging.
a laptop now and I figured it out.
Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the patience and everything.
Yeah, no worries.
What do you got for us today?
I like to. Well, I'm an atheist and leaning towards pantheist, and I like to ask for evidence for God, and I like to ask what God is.
Mm-hmm.
But I come into contact with presuppositionalists, and they don't even provide evidence for God. They just say you have to assume God to begin with, and they like to attack atheism. And I found that when they're attacking atheism, they're saying, "Can you have any knowledge of anything?" And if you can't have any knowledge of anything, then because knowledge exists, God must exist. And I'm trying to make sense of that argument. What would you say?
Yeah, it's how can I put this as succinctly as possible? It's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
So because if you look at what the definition of knowledge is, so knowledge itself is an abstract concept. Okay, it's an umbrella term that covers a bunch of stuff. You know, just to put it very, very simply, knowledge is simply the collection of like information, like skills. Like I should pull up the actual like definition of what knowledge is. So when we talk about like knowledge and knowledge definition, facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. Okay, very simple.
Yeah.
You gain knowledge by interacting with the external world, with the thing that you perceive as the external world. You establish facts by understanding that which comports. So when you make a statement and that statement corresponds with reality, and it's been confirmed, that statement is a fact. It's very simple. What they're talking about
they'll
is
say,
they'll
say that I'm assuming an external world.
Right. Oh, and while there's no solution to hard solipsism, correct.
Right.
But there's no issue there because even if we were all brains in vats, okay, there's still an external world. There's still the brain and there's still the vat. There's still a reality that's interacted with. So nonetheless, we can't break it. So this is where we have to operate from. The problem is what they're saying is that for there to be things that are understood, the fact that they can be understood must first be instantiated by something above them. And that's not the case because one, it assumes that there's a thing that's doing the instantiating, and two, it's ignoring the fact that human beings are products of the system and that the knowledge we gain is by virtue of our evolution. Because you notice that human beings that can't retain information, that can't operate coherently, they don't tend to live too long. They're still born. You see them walking around because we've manufactured society to like keep these people alive. But 100,000 years ago, they didn't survive long. They walked off cliffs. They wandered into the tall grass. They weren't capable of making type 1 and type 2 errors. The reasoning that we have was positively selected for. That's the reason we survive, is because we can reason the way we do. Because we can recognize reality for what it is. Those are all traits. And so knowledge is what we call the acquirement of that information. It is not something that has to be there first prescriptively in order to be obtained. That's just silly. Yeah, that's just silly.
I've also noticed, I think they engage in an argument from ignorance a lot of the time, the presuppositionalists, because they say, because atheism can't prove that it's true, it's therefore false, right?
Yeah, the most honest and purest definition of atheism isn't even saying God doesn't exist. It's just you're not convinced of it.
Right.
So for them to attack that idea is fallacious itself. It doesn't make any
But
sense.
they like to say there's either, they say ontologically there's either a God world or not a God world. But epistemically, there is an option called I don't know. Right?
Yes, yes.
Exactly.
Bingo. Thank you. Yes, yes. I don't know is a perfectly valid answer. And it's the most, you can honestly say it's the most like intellectually honest. It's the most humble. It's like when you say like, well, what's the answer? Like, well, if the universe didn't come from a God, where did it come from? I don't know. Nobody knows. But just because we don't know doesn't justify a God claim. And you've got
the person who's claiming God.
And
the person who's claiming God right now,
know anything, but that doesn't prove God, right?
Right.
Maybe we don't know anything, but that doesn't mean God exists.
Also, the people who are sitting here arguing on the side of God and saying God exists, even if tomorrow, God just shows up in the sky and points his finger down at the planet and says, "Listen, I'm here, I'm real." It doesn't make all of the theists who believed in God beforehand right? Because the default position is you don't know. So yeah, you really can't get more firm-footed on the ground than just to be honest and go, look, I don't know, and you don't know. You can't know because there's no evidence to point to whether or not a God exists.
If I was presented with hard evidence of God, I'd start to look for naturalistic explanations before I look for supernatural explanations.
Well, I mean, and right there in that statement that you just made, like if there was like evidence of a God, if they were able to demonstrate a God, already it's become natural.
Yeah.
Because because they've demonstrated it. They can demonstrate that it exists. They can explain it, and they can probably develop predictive models off of it, given our understanding of what it is.
So you say that already assumes that it's natural, right?
The minute a thing becomes explainable or demonstrable, it's natural. The supernatural term is only invoked when we can't currently explain it. So it's like if you see a phenomenon, and by your understanding of nature, you can't currently explain that thing. So you're like, I have no idea how that happened. It must be supernatural. No. It's a placeholder term that they throw in there to try and justify whatever their personal inclinations are. We simply say it's either explained or it's not explained. And if you can explain something, then it becomes a part of the natural world. It's natural. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Thanks for answering my questions.
Absolutely, anytime.
Thanks for asking them.
No worries. I'll see you around.
All right, bud. Keep looking up because that's where it all is. All right. Let's see. We got Paul Pinecone up here.
That's a name.
That's a name.
Paul Pinecone. Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm good. I hope my tech is working.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear.
I'm not hearing you right now. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Let me...
Can you hear us now?
Isn't that typical? You there?
Yeah, can you hear
We're
us?
here.
Hold on. It's been working fine until now. That just is evidence of the devil. Hold on.
Could be evidence of God. Maybe he doesn't want you to face us.
He doesn't want these conversations happening.
There we go.
Can you hear us now?
The devil does not want the truth to be known.
Well, in the Bible, the devil was the only one who told the truth.
It's a famous point. Yes.
Oh, so okay.
Versus truth.
Right,
concerning claiming your opponent is also an agnostic. I'm an aggressive agnostic, which is I don't know and you don't know either. So I think that's a pretty good point to hold. The thing I wanted to talk about was it's not does God exist? Is God relevant It's like the ghost that stands behind you that has it in for you that is going to kill you, except it has no effect on the world, right? So that might be true, but if there is no effect on the world, anything could exist out there. We're only interested in things that intercede in this world. And I guess in God's case, that would be through speaking and miracles. God no longer speaks. So does God do miracles? And if not, then it's just God the watchmaker and it's not relevant. That's the point I would make.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
How much time has to pass from God doing a thing to God not doing a thing before he's no longer
Exactly. When
relevant?
does, I believe it's the amount of time until Nietzsche declares that God is dead. That from the last miracle till Nietzsche says that is one Gaudian. Anyway, so when people argue God, they're arguing God's intercession in the world, and there's two kinds of it. There's, the evidential world, and then there's in your head, right? But you can't tell God apart from a psychotic break or the voice of the devil. So that doesn't provide you information. It's the evidential God that we're talking about. And in fact, one might argue that the evidential God doesn't do that, because if they put their mark on the world, that obviates faith, as I believe Douglas Adams pointed out.
Right. And having been presented that by a number of theists, then my question is always, what was it that dictated to the God that faith was a necessary parameter of the system it created? It's like, so, because it seems like, because obviously knowledge is better than faith, because knowledge allows you to make a more informed decision with the knowledge that you have. Faith itself being unjustified, then why would a God require that and not require it for every other truth claim out there? It's kind of like, we don't rely on faith for anything else. Everything else is evidence-based. So why the double standard? Like, what necessitated that this be a part of the system when the God revealing itself wouldn't be a violation of our free will, and we'd be able to make better and more informed decisions as to whether or not to follow it or worship it? So no one's ever been able to square that circle for me, and I don't think it can be squared. That's why they take it on faith that's the way that's the way it is. But logically, it doesn't hold water.
Yeah, and if faith is all God needed from us, why did he put his finger on the earth in the first place? Why create us and then take credit for creating us and then set us up to fail and then give us all of these rules that we couldn't possibly live by, and then suddenly go, okay, now I'm going to stop because faith is all you need?
It's a question of what kind of God we might have. People get confused because our local God happens to be Yahweh. We could argue about any kind of God. The Christian God in specific can't exist for lots and lots of reasons. And then people will get confused and then try to go to a more generic God. But that's a completely different issue about whether God does anything in this world. That's my only point.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I think the only thing I would push on a little bit is maybe that you keep saying they get confused. I don't know if they're getting confused as much as just like trying to move those goalposts sometimes, but yeah.
Anyway, I'll go down now.
Okay, bud. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Paul.
Paul Pinecone.
Pinecone's rule.
All right, bud. Take care. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. We got one more in here. Let's see. Sensei SMK. Appreciate your patience. You're invited up to the stage.
Yeah, hello.
How's it
Hey,
going?
Sensei.
All right, yes. Do you agree you exist?
Do I agree that I exist?
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's
I'm with jail.
I wouldn't say. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I agree. Yes, I do exist. I recognize that I presuppose that it is the I that is having the experience. Definitely, an experience is being had, but yeah, it's possible that the demon could be projecting the I I'll going back to Descartes, but yeah, I would, to the best of my knowledge, I do exist. You exist. Justin exists. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so premise 1, you exist. Premise 2, I label you God. Conclusion, God exists.
No, you've missed like 8 things in between that now. You just made a leap of astronomical proportions.
Well, actually, but he actually made the case for agnosticism there.
Mm-hmm.
Because anything can be defined as a god. So therefore, because anything can be God, God is incoherent.
Yeah.
So therefore,
so like if
go ahead.
So
Yeah.
if I did to like describe God, it's going to be contingent on what I just labeled God. So for example, if I say you're God, that means God's properties are being a Homo sapien, being an adult, and then etc.
And having a pretty kick-ass beard, if I can say it,
Sure.
if I say it for myself, because I have a pretty kick-ass beard. But yeah, you can define God as whatever you want. Like, the sun could be God. Joe Pesci could be God.
Yeah. I'm using it like a name because, like, let's say your name's Mark. Someone's not going to be like define Mark. They're just going to like tell me the properties of Mark. So I'm just doing that with like God.
Right. Yeah. What is the category of Mark? So yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's essentially that's agnosticism in a nutshell. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I had though.
Cool.
So does the God you're proposing, are they the creator of everything then?
Yes, I am.
Absolutely not.
Oh shit,
Okay.
I'm not.
All you created, JL, was that fantastic beard.
That's true. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Sensei.
Anytime.
Thanks, Sensei.
Thank you so much. All right. Hey, we had some good chats today. This is I need to bring you up more often. I think you're the good luck charm.
Oh, I am totally fine with that label, and will definitely embrace that in order to be invited back as soon as possible. Yeah, this was my first experience having these kind of discussions with people, because I've always said before, and you know what, I'm still going to say it because I still think that way, but my best argument for things was always going to be nuh-uh. Like that's how I normally function. But the more that you do this kind of thing, the more you participate, the more you listen, and you interact, I guess the better you'll get at it, right? I've got people in the back that are like constantly pushing me with like, you should argue and debate some of these things a little more often because you're better at it than you think. There was a few moments where I was kind of, you were going, and I was like, oh man, I'm struggling to keep up with. I'm trying Googling as fast as I can, but yeah, this was a lot of fun, and yeah, the call-outs to George Carlin there were pretty cool.
Hell yeah. Oh, let's see. So I've noticed we don't have any hands up right now, and that's cool. But I've noticed we have a very, very lively side chat. Some names I recognize in there. Andrew O is in there, holding it down, and Sensei has been involved in there. I see a bunch, like it's going back and forth. Some of it's pretty spicy. Zab, I see you talking over there. If you've got something you'd like to present, Zab, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll be happy. If you want to jump into the argument from contingency, we can jump onto that. And how we know it doesn't work because how we juxtapose it against what we know about physics and quantum mechanics. So like, and how you're getting to a god, there's no problem with there being pre-existing stuff. So, but yeah, I'd love to be able to talk about that stuff. But it's almost 12:30 now. And typically, depending upon how many people have their hands up, I either end up going to like one, possibly even two, depending upon how busy it is. So if anybody has any questions, if they have any questions for us or for me or for Justin, or have something they want to present, then be sure to get your hand up and we will check that out. So while we are waiting for a hand to come up, I will pop over to my live chat and I will say hi to Jefferson Spatchcock, who has popped into the channel. Good to see you, Jefferson. Colorado Biker, good to see you. Angel Rivera as well. Yes, I can. I can be a very naughty god. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Reverb Twain, good to see you. Daniel Cooper, good to see you as well. I saw a bunch of names, people popping in. We Are DNA, good to see you. Who says, I'm only called God during climax. It's worth it. Hell fucking yeah. Let me see. It's a bunch of. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody, and I want to get to that super chat. So, by the way, Dr. Nimrod, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 24 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Nimrod. I appreciate that support. And
Good job, Dr. Nimrod.
PhD Tony with a super chat for 10 Aussie dollars. Says we should love and worship someone who pulls a gun on us because it might satisfy their demented narcissism. Right? Yeah, absolutely not. We should not. It is unworthy of worship. The very existence of an eternal punishment pretty much precludes worship. The only reason you do that is because if you're like afraid of it, and we don't bow to fear. We do not negotiate with terrorists. All right. Don't see any hands up there. Raven Darkster says, "Oh yes, Raven, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much." Raven says, "You always miss me." I do tend to miss Raven. Like Raven's chats go like by really quick. And so I apologize, Raven, but good to see you. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, good to see you. Hope you're still spinning with the 15 degrees, 15 degrees per hour. So, yes, Bridge the Divide, Cthulhu and Satan 2024. We've elected worse. We have elected worse. We have. At least Cthulhu.
There's currently there's worse on the ballot now.
Right. At least Cthulhu and Satan are straightforward with what they want. Corrupt you and eat you. That's good. I mean, we can work with that because at least we know where they stand.
Yeah.
We got someone's hand up. All right.
Sweet.
What's up? What's up? This is okay. I'm not going to get to that.
I was about to accuse you of like, dude, is this the 90s? And we just teleport? I didn't realize that the person coming up's name was What's Up.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Good. What's up? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. What do you got for us today?
So what do you guys think about classical theism? Do you know what that is?
Let's pretend we don't.
I may have an idea, but yeah, I may have an idea, but parse out where you're coming from.
Wait, can you guys still hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Classical theism is a specific view of God that holds 4 tenets. God is impassible, he's immutable, he's timelessness, and he's divinely simple. Are you familiar with this concept?
Yes, I have heard those presented before. Yes, I have it. I have kind of like, I have issues with them, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'll present an argument for this God, okay? Premise 1 is just change is the actualization of potential.
You sounded better at the start of the call. I don't know if you switched over to a speakerphone, perhaps?
Yeah, it switched to my car.
Oh, okay. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, can you guys hear me okay, though?
We can hear you fine. You sounded better before.
Yeah, just try to enunciate as best you can, because there might be it might kind of warble a little bit. So just make sure that we can hear you. Okay.
So yeah, premise 1 is just change is the actualization of a potential.
Okay.
You guys fine with that?
Yep. Okay.
All right. Premise 2 is change is a real feature of the world. In conclusion, the actualization of a potential is a real feature of the world. Okay. Premise 4 would be like anything that is actualized is either purely actual itself or actualized by some previously actualized object. Premise 5 would be this chain of actualization cannot regress infinitely because infinite regresses are impossible. So
okay.
Would be,
all right. Your last 2 premises are triggering a little.
Yeah,
or a lot actually.
There's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress. So there's a problem there. So an infinite regress is possible because, especially if you're talking like timeless, if you're talking like atemporally, where you don't have to wait for one thing to like understanding physics and understanding quantum mechanics. You don't necessarily have to wait for one universe to end in order to get to the next one. So, like, mathematically, you are correct. Like, the infinite regress does pose a problem, like the Grim Reaper paradox. But the infinite regress, when we're talking about, like, when that's talking about events, like causal events in our presentation of space-time. But that assumes that our presentation of space-time is infinite the way that we experience it. And we already know that that's not the case. So when we're talking about like infinite regresses in prior states of the universe, as far as energy goes, that you could have multiple universes all over the place, or you could just have one that occurred from energy. So the energy is always there and doesn't require the ending of one prior universe in order to create another universe. So you would just have an infinite regress of energy, of the capacity to do work, and that our universe is just a result of that capacity. So that way the infinite regress of energy would not be a problem.
Does this energy, like, what's the regression? Because I'm talking about like a relation, like a set. There's objects in the set. There's like a relation between them, like the actualization.
Right. So where we start from is like, as far as quantum fields go, quantum fields always exist. They have always existed. They are infinite, and they are in a constant state of random fluctuation. Okay. So as far back as we can get, we can, in our hypothetical models, we can assert to the quantum field. Okay. Now, because we know that they exist and we know that they're in a state of flux, and that our hypothetical model, the zero state of, I hate running down this, but our universe is an expansion of energy from that fluctuation. Okay. And you can go back to the quantum field. Now, if you want to posit something before quantum fields, that's going to be tough, because quantum fields exist, and they always exist and will always exist. So that's kind of like your infinite. But our universe is just one presentation of energy, which is transpositional. So it's just energy taking a different form. Yeah.
So are you saying there is an initial cause, and that's like a quantum fluctuation?
Yeah, I would say that that our universe is a result of an energy expansion as a result of fluctuations in the quantum field. That's as far back as we can get. But there's no problem with an infinite regress there, because that means that multiple universes could exist simultaneously, thus multi-world theory, which I don't myself hold to. But you could also just have one universe. But that just means that it doesn't require a prior universe to end, creating a causal chain. It's just the universe emerges, and then the universe returns back to its natural state, which is thermal equilibrium. And then that could happen again, or it may never happen again, or whatever. That's when you get into really, really big hypotheticals in that respect.
I also don't really personally like the idea of get to God and now regression stops.
Yeah. And there's also no telling how many big bangs might have failed because the universe wasn't structurally sound. And so it either collapsed in on itself, or it expanded too fast that things couldn't form. So there's a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of stuff that we don't know. But the infinite regress issue is not an issue in quantum mechanics.
Okay, so you're saying whatever the initial quantum state was that caused the expansion.
Right.
There's some prior cause, like maybe a previous collapsed universe or something, and then there's a prior cause to that, and so on.
Well, yeah, but we wouldn't need any prior cause for our formation of the universe. Like the presentation of our universe doesn't require a temporal, like a chain of temporal things to occur. It simply requires fluctuations in the quantum field, and those are at random. Like quantum fields are in a state of random fluctuation, and so that's all that's required is bam, and then we have a universe. So tracing that back, we can get back to quantum fields, but that's as far back as we can go. But by virtue of quantum mechanics, because space-time doesn't present the same way as how we understand it on this side of observability, then we can't say that the infinite regress is a problem, because it's literally just an infinite state of the capacity to do work, an infinite state of energy, because energy can either be created or destroyed. So the energy is always there. It just requires the right circumstances to give rise to a presentation of a universe. And that's those fluctuations. The whole zero vacuum state, inflaton, so on and so forth, without trying to get too deep in the weeds. That's the only issue with that premise. That's the only issue with that premise. I agree with you up to the point, but when you say that the infinite regress is impossible in the state, we know that that's not a problem. So,
I think the arguments against actual infinites that people like William Lane Craig and Rob Coombs posit can work against this thing too. Even if the quantum fluctuations aren't caused, as long as there's an infinite number of them that precede each other in some other relation. then I think it would still work. Like we can go over the
You're breaking up, dude. We're losing you.
what did you hear anything I said?
No, it kind of petered out there. I think it's because of there's something with the car. I don't know, but yeah, we kind of
So, okay.
yeah.
All I'm trying to say is either there is a first moment, right, or there isn't. It regresses infinitely, whether or not each moment caused the other one. Either there's a first moment or there's an infinite number of prior moments to each moment, right?
Yeah, and we're saying that by our understanding of quantum mechanics that there technically isn't a first moment. That there's just the point where our universe expanded, and then that's it. There doesn't have to be a first moment. By our understanding, there doesn't have to be a prior cause that has to like initiate in order to start our universe. Like our universe to begin didn't have to wait for something else to end. There is no chain there.
Okay. I guess we can talk about the infinite stuff then. So there's a lot of paradoxes, like the Benedetti paradox, like the Grim Reaper one here, like say, right?
Or like Zeno's paradox. Yeah, familiar with them.
Yeah. So the Grim Reaper one. So what's your solution to the Grim Reaper one?
So okay. So
For the audience, what is that? And for me.
Oh, okay. I like Zeno's paradox a lot better because I
don't think Zeno's paradox is the problem, so I wouldn't use that one.
So let's see if I can articulate this, because I mean, even at this thing like the Grim Reaper paradox and looking at these things, even though they result in, I mean, ultimately we're going to get to a point where we're going to have a question that we don't know the answer to. I don't think that gets you to a god. So, I mean, we can argue that there are questions that we can't answer, but because we can't answer them is not justification for claiming that a god was the cause. And it is not a justification for defining the thing that does the thing as the god. Because you'd first have to demonstrate yeah. So, yeah, that's where we're kind of at. So, in order to avoid getting into the weeds on a bunch of stuff, like getting into this thing, I want to try to keep it on point and addressing, like, I understand that by reasoning and by looking at what we know, that there are things that we don't know yet. Okay, that there's information that we don't have. There are big question marks there, which is fine. And I know that we can hypothesize about things on this side of we can hypothesize about prior states of observability based on what we know on this side of observability. But assuming that what we know on this side of observability holds true in the exact same way in the prior states is really problematic, because you still be working as a hypothesis, and ultimately you're only going to get to a thing that serves the function to do the thing. And that could exist, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's God or that you're even justified in calling it a God. Right?
Yeah. I wouldn't jump from like there's a first cause to God.
Right.
All I'm trying to do right now is establish that there's potential, there's actual, and there's a first cause. And that all actual things are either actualized by another, they once were potential, or they're purely actual in themselves.
Yeah, and that's what energy is, the capacity to do work. So, and that's what we talk about as far as like energy always existing, and the energy of the system will remain the same. It just spreads out so that work, until work can no longer be done. So, yeah. So how do we get from? So now that we've identified that, how are you getting? Are you saying you're getting to a god from there?
Well, if there is a first member, it can't have potential because there's no prior members to actualize it, right? It can't. If it has potential, that implies that something could actualize it. But there is no prior thing. So if the first thing is purely actual, it has no potential. And if it has no potential, then it can't have the potential to be more powerful, right? It can't have more power. It can't have the potential to have more power. So it must have the most power. It can't have the potential to know more, so it must know all things. And it can't have the potential to love more, so it must be all loving. So then we have the first thing that is purely actual. And it also can't be multiple things, because if you had two purely actual things, there would be no distinguishing features between them. because if one had a distinguishing feature that the other one lacks, that would imply some potential missing in the other one, right? But it's purely actual; it can't have potential.
Okay,
So there would
so
be one.
okay, so I don't. So I'm not sure why you invoked knowledge and love in there.
Yeah, invoking love kind of threw me.
Yeah, I get like potential and action and causality. I get those. But that's just identifying a thing that serves a particular function. But I don't know why you're invoking knowledge and love. That seems like it's tacked on out of nowhere.
Well, do you understand the power one? Like I have the potential to lift 500 pounds, right? I can't actually do it. So something without potential would already have that property actualized within it, right? So this thing, it can't have the potential to be more powerful. So it must be already maximally powerful.
Well, I mean, but it also could be a natural function of the universe that we simply haven't identified yet. It could be a function that we just don't know. Like it could be an undiscovered law. You know, it doesn't mean that it has knowledge. It just means that this is the thing that does the thing. And it doesn't have knowledge of anything. It doesn't love anything. It just, like the first law of thermodynamics, just explains why this is, you know?
Yeah. And then, well, that's just the power one. To get to those ones, you can apply the same logic and say, like, I have the potential to know more about the universe, right? Something purely actual cannot have that potential, or else it would be purely actual. So it already has all the knowledge in the universe. Like you can use the same logic.
But that doesn't that assume that this initial thing that you're referring to is an agent?
No, that would be the conclusion.
Oh no, but in order to you would then your reasoning would be circular there, because you'd have to assume first that it is an agent in order to have knowledge and love. You wouldn't be able to conclude that. You have to assume first, if you're going to invoke it, you're assuming that it is an agent to even invoke those things.
Well, it would be something like, loosely, the premises would be like, if this thing is purely actual, then it can't lack the property of knowing all things, because lacking such property would imply a potential to have such property. And since it can't lack this property, it must have it. So this thing must know all things. It'd be something like that.
Yeah, but that assumes that obviously makes the assumption that it's an agent, because if it is just a function of the natural universe that we just don't have access to, you know, it's literally just like a law that we don't yet understand, then obviously it doesn't know anything. It's just a natural function of the universe. So you have to assume that it's an agent with it's an agent with intent, like an agent that has intentionality, has thoughts, has whatever. So it's presupposing that this thing is an agent and everything exists intentionally, and that, you know, ultimately it's going to be circular.
So I don't think any of the premises presuppose that. All I'm going off of is the fact that it's purely actual. I'm not assuming it's intelligent, that it has knowledge.
Yeah, we can say purely actual. It's energy. Energy is purely actual.
Yeah, okay, but if let's say if we were to assume it's energy and it's purely actual, that means if it's energy, energy can't think. So there's a property this energy is lacking. There's a property this energy is lacking.
But it doesn't need but it doesn't need.
Why does it need it?
Yeah, it doesn't need the property. That's the key. It doesn't need to think.
It needs it because if it's purely actual, if it's pure act, then it cannot have potential, which means it cannot lack some positive property. Right?
Well, no, but it doesn't need the property. It simply has it has the capacity to do things. That's what energy is. The capacity to do work. So you've identified energy, but it doesn't need to think. It just functions as it functions. It's just a function of the universe. Everything is energy. All matter
does what it does without thinking about it.
All matter is energy. Everything is energy. Everything will return to energy. Everything came from energy. Energy has always existed, will always exist. It cannot be created or destroyed. So the actualizer, the pure actualizer that you're talking about, is energy itself. Now, stating that it must necessarily think, that can't be. I don't think you can justify that without assuming that what you're identifying is an agent first doing the thinking.
Right. Also, I gotta go, so I'm gonna say one last thing, and then I'll let you.
Go ahead. Go for it.
if you were, I just don't think that. I think what we're disagreeing on is what it means to be purely actual. If you were to say the energy is purely actual, that implies there's no potential properties of it. There's no thing in it that it lacks. There are things in it that it lacks, right? If it's not purely actual. If it is purely actual, there's nothing in it it lacks. So it can't lack that property, because clearly knowing things is a property. We have it. So it can't lack that property if it's pure actual. But if it's just like a wave function or something, then it does. So that can't satisfy the condition of being purely actual.
Okay. So yeah, what I'm thinking about, because I was concerned at the beginning that when you initially said actualize, because actualize can be taken in two different contexts, and I was wondering if you were going to go into purely the physics kind of description of that which actualize that which can actualize, which is energy, or you were going into the idea that to actualize something would be to conceptualize it. And to conceptualize it into existence, in that sense, that where it's implied that the actualizing thing is an agent already, and I don't think it's justified in getting there. That the one thing that we have concrete access to is energy. That we have access to that, and without making any unnecessary additional assumptions about anything, we can just say that energy is the state. Like, energy is the foundation of everything. Energy is the foundation. And Occam's razor, don't multiply your entities unnecessarily, right?
Yeah, actually, I guess I'll say one more thing. That's why the argument, that's why like a tenet of classical theism is divine simplicity. God is not composed of parts. He's purely simple. Because of and a lot of people think it's better because of Occam's razor. But usually a classical, like, we wouldn't want to argue for God using Occam's razor because we think we could do it deductively, like with straight just premises that are true that leads to the full conclusion that there is that classical theism is true. But also, like, by actual, I thought I explained, maybe I didn't. Like, I give an example. Like, just means like you have the potential to be watching TV right now. You're not actually watching TV right now. Once you start watching TV, that potential becomes actualized, and a change occurs. That's all I mean by actual. I don't mean it in terms of like physics or anything like that.
Yeah. So I would operate with the physics I would operate with my understanding of actualization as by virtue of what energy does: potential energy, kinetic energy, the various forms of energy, and how the release of energy results in work being done, the capacity to do work. So that's how I would understand it, because I'm not assuming anything additional exists that's unwarranted. That assumption would be unwarranted. And I'm beginning to understand the idea of this whole thing, like the grounding idea of this is that human beings are here intentionally. Because if human beings are not here intentionally, if we are just products of the universe, as I hold that we are, if we're just products of the universe and nothing is here intentionally, then we don't have to ask these questions. We don't have to think in these terms. But if you assume that human beings are here with intentionally, that we're intentionally put in this universe, and that the universe exists for a purpose, that's when you get into the weeds on this. That's when you start having to justify the assumption that everything is intentional, that human existence is intentional, right?
Yeah, you'd have to add a mind in order to be able to add knowledge and love, and you have to assume a mind.
Yeah.
And in order to give us that label of we're here intentionally.
The way I understand it is that ancient human beings would try to reconcile, like, with our capacity to reason, and that we recognize that we live in a very indifferent universe, that the universe is indifferent to our existence, or it appears to be indifferent to us. And so that makes us feel very, very small and very, very weak and very, very afraid. So why do we exist in this ability? Is that like this cosmic horror show that unlike every other species on the planet, we are like cognizantly aware of our imminent demise and how weak and frail we are in the world, and how indifferent, it's cold and it's hostile, and 99.9% repeating of the universe is like hostile to all life. Why do we exist here? Well, the only thing that would alleviate that is assuming that we're here for a reason. Maybe it's a test. Maybe what's like this, but that's a giant leap that we're making. It's like, oh, human beings are here for a purpose. It's like, no, That's a giant assumption because, assuming we're here for a purpose means that we're here intentionally, means that there's a mind that intends us for us to be here, means that and that's how we get down this rabbit hole by first assuming that one, we're here intentionally, and two, we're special or something of that nature. So I think that's where this all kind of roots, right?
Yeah, I definitely understand those concerns and objections. Maybe another time we could talk about this, but
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
Come back again anytime.
Thank you. What's up? Thank you very much. That was good. Oh, that was good.
It took me. Oh man, your audience is crazy intelligent. Holy cow!
And thank you.
It took me a second. Like the first little bit of that, I was like, "Actual? What the actual fuck are they talking about?" Like, and then, but then by the end, as you started to explain it to him, I started to like, okay, I think I understand where they're going here. But I did know the moment that he started talking about knowledge and love, I was like, wait a minute, we just went from inanimate things to like things that are found in a mind, or I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it was a good one.
Awesome. And thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships to the Godless Army. So congratulations, all of you new members. Hope you enjoy all the emojis, all the custom emojis I made for you. So I appreciate that.
Have fun with those.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
All
for having me.
right. A good friend of mine has raised their hand. Let's bring him up right quick. And then
Is that sarcastic or actual?
That is actual. Yes. Razor.
Hey, Razor.
On. So I just wanted to comment the last time because he was using omni properties, which was really weird. And then I think he realized the problem with the omni properties, that they're incoherent. So he used the term maximally powerful.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, which is actually a quantification. And I would just ask this: what ruler did you use to get that quantification?
Good point. I did hear him say maximal, and I was on such another train of thought. I was like, I saw it passing by, and I was like, oh wait, I know that's important. Oh shit. Okay, I got to deal with this first. But good catch there. Good catch.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments where I wanted to stop him, but I didn't. And then it's the classic problem of like, oh, he just said something else that was weird or something else that's not quite right, and then you just forget to go back to it.
I agree with him up to a point. Yeah, I totally agree that we can reason ourselves to these. I mean, he's right. I like that first part of his syllogism. I'm right there with him. I totally get it. I just think that because we sussed out those initial assumptions, like at the very root of these things, that these unjustified assumptions, that's an important thing to take into consideration. It was a good convo. I hope to see him on the next stage.
Yeah, hopefully
you just send me back down. That's fine. I just wanted to. I heard that and I was like, oh boy, that might be a problem.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, Razor.
Yep.
All right. And we got Daoji. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Daoji? Or can I just call you Dao? Can I just call you Dao?
Are you there, Daoji?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Good. There we go.
Welcome to the stage. What do you got?
Yeah, so evidence for God. Well, I can draw on sort of like my experience with psychedelic drugs. If you guys want to hear
it. So okay, so before we dive into that, and I've had my own experiences with LSD and DMT and a number of other psychotropics. I kind of want to get into it, but I also understand there's like obviously psychedelics and the effects that the understood effects that they have on the brain and the effects they have on neurotransmitters and endorphins obviously are going to affect your perception of reality because of the way it's changing your brain chemistry, the way it's altering your brain chemistry. But then your brain chemistry returns to normal after you've metabolized the drug. And so I'm not sure how you're getting truth from that.
You're going to try to make an argument from an altered state. And
right. Yeah, perfect.
Try to turn around and say, well, when I'm no longer altered, I believe I experienced a thing.
Yeah, I can get your point. But nonetheless, it's like you made me convinced that we live in a simulation. Because what I saw was just so absurd, and it lasted like the whole day. But yeah, if you guys don't want to hear it, that's fine. We can. I can talk about something. I could talk about, I guess, how I think religion evolved.
Well, I mean, going down this path, I mean, these are good conversations to have. I'm just trying to keep the stage kind of focused on like on a particular topic. Do you yourself believe that a God exists, or that some version of this thing exists?
And which one?
Yes, I'm more of a pantheist. So if you don't know what pantheism is like it's when you believe the universe itself or some aspect within it is divine. It's what gives rise to consciousness and things like that. And I think consciousness is inherently a divine thing. And so, in Hindu philosophy, they believe in Brahman, which is like the ultimate divine consciousness that's all around us.
Right.
And then they believe in Atman, which is like the individual soul that's trapped within a material body kind of thing. So the best analogy I would use for that is if you think of radio waves, right? Radio waves are made of light. They're made of photons, but they don't have an atomic structure. So they're not made of up of any, protons, neutrons, or electrons. So in essence, they are an immaterial phenomena. And they can penetrate through physical objects like it's nothing. I think consciousness may be like that in a sense. And you have like radios made of, or like satellites made of metals that attract radio waves. I feel like the human brain is sort of like a satellite that attracts these, you can call them consciousness waves. And then after we die, our consciousness just returns to this immaterial form. And so, you can call the consciousness that's trapped in a material body that is Atman. And when you die and you return, you go back to being Brahman. I think the Hindus, I think they may have got that correct, in my opinion.
Well, there's two problems here I see right off the bat, and the first one is that we can measure radio waves, we can capture radio waves, we can show radio waves to exist, and then the other thing is in your presentation, you use the word "I feel" an awful lot, which that doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it's an elegant idea, and it's kind of cool, but other than that, your feelings don't make it true.
I get that it's a bit anecdotal, sure. But yeah, so when it comes to consciousness, you have this hard problem of consciousness. Like scientists just don't know where it comes from. They don't know whether it originates from some clump of atoms in the brain. So in essence, if we hypothesize that consciousness is an immaterial phenomena, like radio waves, and since science is mostly the study of material phenomena, then it's very hard for them to know its origin, its source. And so as a pantheist, I believe
science can produce radio waves. Radio waves are scientifically based. Like, we use them every day for all kinds of things. But they didn't start with the idea of radio waves and then invent them. Kind of the same way now you're turning this consciousness into an immaterial thing, therefore, it can function like radio waves, but they're really not equal at all. Like, this is not really the best explanation. I mean, again, it's pretty elegant, the idea of like, you die and your consciousness goes back to the whatever floating out there, I guess, but it's the radio waves, and this is not working for me.
I get it. I get it as I get the formulation of the concept as kind of like a response to the fear of death and the fear of non-existence. I completely understand that. Human beings as a species, like as a population, generally don't want to die. That it's the ultimate unknown. We like the cessation of existence. If you try to, you can't even imagine Like it's impossible to conceptualize what it is to not exist. You know, like to try and like conceptualize that in your mind. Like, what is non-existence? You know, and people say, "Oh, it's like a void." No, that's an experience of a void. You can't say it's blackness because that means that you're perceiving or that's identifying a lack of perception. So, like, literally, the trying to conceptualize non-existence is just it's so anathema to us. And so I get that there are a lot of ways that human beings have tried to drum up some idea or some concept that alleviates the fear of death, that we continue to go on in some form. And I understand that, but that line of that thinking, that mode of thinking has resulted in a lot of woo.
I conceptualize it the same way I think about, before I was born. Like it's just that. So when I pass on, it will just be that. And the other thing that I would push back on a little bit too is, if what you're proposing was at all true or real, how come I don't have any experiences outside of my physical body? Why wouldn't those experiences be transferred into the next form that I would take? Or, I mean, I don't know what the next step is in your analogy. Like, are you talking about like a reincarnation scenario or whatever? But
yes, so what I'm getting at is samsara, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So it's like I can draw my experience with psychedelics. So when you take some psychedelics, you have this experience called an ego death, where you completely forget who you are. You forget whether you're a man or a woman. You forget whether you're black or white or any other aspect of your identity. You completely have, like zero idea who you are, a complete ego death. And you're in sort of like a dreamlike state where with an ego death. I think after you die, that may be the case. So if the Hindus got it right and you are Atman, and then after you die, you return back to being Brahman, I feel like essentially you're in a state of ego death. You have no attachment to a material body, and then
but
just
again,
like radio,
I bring up the same problem now, though. So you take some kind of hallucinogenic, and now that your body has finished, digesting that entire process, you're still here and you remember the experience of that moment. But this idea of consciousness existing after death and reincarnation, I don't have any experience of that. So
yeah. I mean, it's all theoretical. There's no way of proving it. It's sort of unfalsifiable. But we can make conjections.
If you think about it like this, the question then becomes: is it something that exists that human beings need to use drugs to tap into, or is it something that is conceptualized because human beings took drugs? And because it altered the way their brain functions, they then had all these weird conceptualizations that were just that were so profound that they mistakenly thought that they were true.
Yeah, I think it's the former, actually. Right. This is all adding to me, because I think consciousness, your brain is attuned to a sort of like when you're switching through channels on a TV. Each channel is like a different frequency, or on a radio. I feel like our consciousness is attuned, when we're sober, it's attuned to a particular frequency. But when you take hallucinogenic substances, it sort of messes that up, and then you're attuned to a different type of frequency. And I don't want to go too into my psychedelic experiences, but after having those experiences, I feel like this may actually be the case. And I think Donald Hoffman, he theorized that, so he believes that in the simulation theory, but he poses it in a very eloquent way. So he says, so imagine you're the main character in a video game, right? So you see the video game world, you see the cars, say like GTA, you see the cars, you see the buildings, but you don't see anything beyond that. You don't see the computations or the binary ones and zeros that go into making the entire video game world. You just see what you need to see in order to function in the game. And he hypothesizes that consciousness, evolutionary biology, has programmed us to see just what we need to see to survive in this world, to function in this on this planet. But we don't see beyond that. And I think hallucinogenic substances alter our states of consciousness in such a way that we actually see beyond what we need to see, and we see, like in the video game analogy, we start seeing the programming behind the construction of that video game world. And for us, we start seeing reality for what it may actually be beyond our normal states of consciousness. I actually buy into that. After my experiences, I feel like that may actually be true. But yeah, I would say if you want to, the only way to discover the consciousness and its contents is to, is to take psychedelics, is to mess with it, because it's very anecdotal, it's a very subjective.
I don't think we want to condone using of psychedelics just on the channel at this stage, but I would also just, again, why do we need this psychedelic to plug into this computational code in the background that we can't see in a normal state? Like, why is psychedelic? Why couldn't it just be like, if you might as well just say, if you hit your head on the wall hard enough, you might be able to see the matrix.
And why is the mechanism that is required to do this? Why is it likely to? Why is it possible that doing this can result in your death?
Yeah, and
it's weird. I mean, you think about it, people on drugs tend to get hurt more. That's why you think about, like, a ceremony. It's controlled, it's contained. You're in a safe environment. You trust the people around you. If you just went about and did this, you say, I want to have access to, like, the higher forms of reality, and you went walking about the world, you wouldn't fare very long. So,
when you have psychedelics like DMT, your brain naturally produces DMT just in the few moments before you die, and a lot of researchers think that's sort of a transitioning from life to the death or the afterlife, whatever that is. And that's a very strange thing. Why is it that our brains naturally produce this psychedelic substance, which is DMT? Like, why is that, if not to transition us into this, what I believe is Brahman?
That assumes that's the problem. Is like, it's a good question. Why do our brains produce that? Why does this phenomenon occur at the moment of death? Like, why do humans do this? That's an excellent question. That's a biology question, or that's a genetics or an evolutionary question. But you'd have to assume that the whole Brahma thing, or that these other things exist, in order to say that that's the reason it happens. When in actuality, we could say that the reason our brains do it is because it's an ancient holdover from way back in our genetic history. That organisms, because DMT is produced naturally by the brain, that is a function in, like, so obviously, and it doesn't just occur in us. So obviously, there was some sort of mechanism that this trait was positively selected for one time, or it developed and was never selected against because it's benign, because it only happens at the moment of your death. It could be a result of, basically just a result of a mutation in our genes that causes this particular hormone to be produced at this particular time. Whenever a signal is sent in the brain, the brain produces it, and there you go. And because nothing's selected against it, because it only ever happens at the moment of death, so it literally could just be the result of a mutation. And that it's just a holdover because nothing ever selected against it, because it only ever happens when you die. So, every human gets it, and there you go. Every human had, or there you go. There you have it. It's just simple evolutionary explanation. I'm not saying that's the truth, but I'm saying that's a justified conclusion, and that's a justified hypothesis, because we don't assume anything that we don't have access to.
Sure. But you'd have to argue the evolutionary reason for that. Like, if you're dying anyway, why do you need to hallucinate before you die? What's the evolutionary function for that?
Well,
if you're dying, you're dying.
Well, that's not universal. Not everybody hallucinates when they die. Most people have reported at the moments before death, when they are cognizant and able to actually speak, that the moments before that they feel euphoria. Okay? And that may be the brain's response to the organ dying. Like an emergency response. So like your body does shit in response to like like threats and like organ failure, various other stuff. Your body will try to fight to survive, even if you're dying naturally. And so it may just be an effect of that, like a natural thing that occurs, and as a result of a mutation way back down the line, you know?
And even then, you still don't prove that DMT is vision beyond, behind the curtain.
And even then, like not everybody has the same effect. Like it's not a universal thing. The
And then-
DMT is not produced in the exact same quantities. Sometimes it's not produced at all. Sometimes and people react to it differently. Some people feel euphoria. Some people fall asleep. Some people get really, really anxious. So it depends.
Why not LSD? Why doesn't the body do that?
Oh, lysergic acetylsalicylate. That'd be fucking crazy.
LSD. Yeah, LSD was the psychedelic that I was gonna talk to you guys about. But yeah, that was a crazy experience. It literally made me think that Donald Hoffman, the guy who came up with the simulation theory regarding evolution, it made me think he was right. And he would say that the brain is sort of like a VR headset that we can't take off, until we die. Until we die, that's when it's off, and then we see the reality for what it is, which I believe is Brahman. But yeah, I can speak a little about my experience with LSD.
So we don't get into the weeds. That we've kept it pretty good on topic right here, so I think it's pretty solid. Because we got stories that we could tell all day about that, but we do have somebody with their hand up, and I want to make sure that we get to them because it's their first time on the stage. But I do appreciate you coming up, Dow. I do. So
yeah, it's a tricky thing to have a friendly, fun discussion about on a platform when we got an audience and anybody could be seeing this in the future as well. I think we've navigated it beautifully right up to this point. And if we go any further, we can get weird.
I think we're good, but I appreciate it, Dow. Thank you very much for coming up.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, take
Thanks,
care.
Dow.
Wrote it no less name would like to say, obviously it's just programming of our thetans by the galactic overlord Xenu. All right, and we got Andrew, another good friend of mine. Andrew, what's up?
Andrew,
you're muted.
Oh, gosh darn it. I have to double press for that. Kind of freaky. Okay, here we go. I can see me lighting up. I presume I'm good. Yeah,
Hey,
howdy. Yeah, joined in for probably like the last half of this, and lots of conversation in the side chat, as I'm sure you're seeing. So,
oh yeah,
that and the last call over there, boy, oh boy, yeah, lots to say there. Yeah, so I figured I could cover a bit of ground for a couple of the last speakers we've had over here. So, yeah, so much extra loaded stuff, and so we're going back to some of the cosmological, topics with regards to, our understanding of the expansion, the current presentation of what we see. We got a lot of stuff in there, and we got a lot of loaded terms from our other speakers about that idea of initial state. There is no such thing as an initial state, as an assumed thing. See, there's only the final state before we say, hey, now we're starting to classify everything that follows it. See, it's like we're drawing an arbitrary line. Every time we say that, it's like, what's the initial state? No. That's the state he was in before we said, yeah, that's where we're starting from. We drew that line. So the idea of it being called initial, it's kind of fallacious on its face.
Oh,
that's just any point.
Excellent point.
Yeah, it's really cool. That actually reminds me a lot of how people think of evolution sometimes, right? Is that like when they start talking about transitional species, and like we're not talking about going from one state necessarily to another state. You're right. It's at the end of it where we're saying this is no longer the same thing as the thing as it was.
Yeah, all of those lines are entirely arbitrarily drawn by us. Those are not things that exist per se. It's like we draw a meaningful distinction at a point. It's linguistic and conceptual from our standpoint. So whenever they keep talking about beginning, yeah, that's not the thing.
Humans have got a really bad track record of imposing like our emotional shit on the universe.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're about to get to more of that because our last caller hit a lot of those buttons. So I'm going to be crossing a couple of points here because I actually wrote a couple of them down here. So moving on from the cosmological here, yeah, for the idea of infinite regress and all that, that definitely gets rid of the idea of initial. We just consider certain points significant to us conceptually. To call it initial doesn't work with an infinite regress. That's just the point we consider meaningful, which is, yeah, cool story. Maximal. We hit that one before on maximally powerful, all of this. What happens? Okay, let's say you can run it, I don't know, 2.5 miles an hour is your walking speed or something. Like, what is maximal really saying? What if maximal is just a tiny bit better than what you think you've experienced, and maximal is still dog shit? Who's to say the most of amount of a thing is enough to do the thing that they want it to do? So they're mixing maximal with sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They can't quantify what sufficient is at all.
That reminds me of like a mathematical problem that I was looking into. Now I might get part of it wrong, but it's this idea of, what if you had a hotel that had infinite rooms, and then a bus pulled up with an infinite amount of guests? You would then have enough rooms for the number of guests. You have infinite rooms and infinite guests. But what if one more person showed up? Like,
yeah, can you point to infinity on a line for me? Which
Yeah.
point is infinity?
Yeah.
This is the same way that the people who try to argue against infinite regress go for things like the what was that? The sharpshooter, not the sharpshooter, the assassin.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper paradox.
Yeah, Grim Reaper and the other version it's named as, where basically they're trying to try to say, well, how do you get there? And the thing is that whenever you say when you're trying to get there, there's always a from. See, I can't get to somewhere unless I'm starting from somewhere. And I never want to name it. But what that name is actually infinity. Infinity isn't a point on the line. So, yeah.
And by the way, Justin, that's Hilbert's Grand Hotel.
Sniper. Yeah, Sniper, by the way, just nailed the one I was looking for. Had a gun in there somewhere. I knew that much. Sharpshooter, sniper. I mean, this all feeling very aggro.
Zeno's paradox to a degree as well, because the arrow has to cross an infinite number of half distances before it reaches the target. So, yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the William Tell, solution to the Zeno's paradox. I'm gonna put this apple on your head. Now, I haven't practiced in a while, so if you want to continue with this experiment, it's going to end poorly for you. That's all I'm saying. So, covered that ground. Next bit of ground. So our last color here actually got all the best stuff for me now. Hard problem consciousness. Taco put up a video for a chat agnostic had with regards to the hard problem of digestion you may have heard of. To anybody in the audience listening, the hard problem of consciousness is a problem someone else invents. Out of there, it's like saying, like, I show you a picture from the Olympic track, right? 100-meter dash. I show you a picture and I say, show me the running. Running is a process, much like consciousness is a process. So you look at any particular state of existence. Where is the thought in a state? The thought is functionally just like water. It's not a flowing, it's not a waterfall unless there's the falling. So the idea of an existent consciousness in that sense isn't so much a thing, so much as a continuation of a process. So, for instance, that idea where he brought up the hypothesis about whether consciousness exists after death. Now, this is not actually a scientific hypothesis, because that would actually imply that we have an observation that we're attempting to explain. So it's definitely not science, which is why we're heading into the realm of pseudoscience. We're just going out into the wild going, what if? With nothing to actually base it on. So, bit of an invention there. Now, why are they jumping to this? That's a good question. I find a lot of wishful thinking there for the same thing as those who constantly fear death, looking for an afterlife. Not exactly an appealing thing in my mind. Now, as for drugs and DMT, talking about how, like, when we approach death, we hit a point for how they thought this might apply evolutionarily. Remember where that was in the previous one?
Yeah, exactly. I may have heard it before, and there may be an explanation that I've forgotten, but run it down for us.
Yeah, actually, I don't even find that's necessarily the case. See, the funny thing is that when you talk about it evolutionary, you presume it's being selected for, and that's with regards to death. Now, what happens if this is something that helps our mind just kind of keep things calm together before we hit death in non-death scenarios? We didn't select for it, we wouldn't have selected for it because of death. It may apply during that. It may enact itself at that point in time, but it doesn't mean it's selected for. That's an assumption. Now, one could say evolutionarily that there could be an advantage to how we react, and that there's cases where that helps us survive, per se, but that isn't where he wanted to go. We just took a leap towards it having to apply to death, and then we actually had to select for it. Now, there's a lot of things that maybe get to linger in us, genetically speaking, that weren't selected for, but they weren't selected against.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I brought up. That it could be a holdover that was, by virtue of a mutation that caused an effect, and because it only occurs at the time of death, it was never selected against. So it's literally just a genetic holdover that's just maintained through our population.
It's just there.
Yeah.
In that case. Yeah. So definitely not seeing any kind of reason to go there. But for the same people who think that, consciousness seems to be absent of the body, we do seem to have a complete inability to locate any of those body-free consciousnesses anywhere. That seems problematic to the idea being anything other than wishful thinking. Same way that people think the soul matters, that their thoughts somehow matter greater than everything else. The idea of desperately looking for an afterlife for fear of death. It all seems to fit into a very, very familiar looking box. You put all those ideas in the same box. Kind of where I'm at. So thoughts from the two of you?
My thoughts are that JL needs to have you start an after show for Stage of Reason to summarize every episode like that, because it is, thanks to you and the way you describe it all, it is a lot more clear to me. So thank you. And JL, you got great friends, man.
Good people. I try to surround myself with really good people.
Awesome to count myself among them.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it, Andrew. Absolutely. Yes. And I'm with you. I exactly. Like right on point.
Awesome. So if there's any other speakers, sit the stage.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you so much, dude.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right. So, Dow, I do see you have your hand up again. But we're getting pretty close to that time. So I wanted to give an opportunity for anybody else who has not been up, any new faces. Just give a few moments. I'm just going to give a couple of minutes. See if you give anybody else that opportunity. So I think kind of like looking at this has been an excellent stage. I think one of the best we've had. Oh, we do have someone up. I don't need to give any closing thoughts. We do have a new face, Matt Mooney.
Matt Mooney.
Let me hit the invite. Matt.
Come on in, Matt. Wipe your feet first. PhD in globe proving. Fantastic. I'm not sure you... I don't think you've unmuted him yet there, JL.
Let me see. Let me see.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Hey,
the server just kicked it to me saying that that was a mod, like it was a staff mute. So I hope I hope they don't get mad at me. Anyway, so how's it going? What do you got for us today?
I'm doing good. I wanted to touch upon one of the interesting things that I noticed in the Bible a while ago, is that God apparently appointed King Saul king in the Bible, and later said he regret making that decision. He regret doing something, and apparently, by the definition of regret, you're always going back and thinking that you should have made a different decision, because usually regret is in reference to something you could have chosen to be different in the past.
Right.
You could have, for example, done a different action. So I think that kind of questions his omniscience. Like, how can an omniscient being do something and then say, I regret doing this because he has betrayed me? How does that work?
Yeah.
It even creates the fun dichotomy even too of like a perfect being, can he have regret? And if he can have regret, is he still a perfect being?
Yeah. And another one, in addition to what you're bringing up, before we dive into it, is that it's also before the flood, before the was that God regretted making human beings for seeing what they had become, and so another experience of that regret as well. So, being an atheist, I can only look at how they try to reconcile it, and I know that now there may be a Christian out there who has a different answer to this, but I can only tell you the answer that I have run into when this has been brought up in the conversations I've been privy to. And that it's literally, that's Old Testament and does not apply to the New.
Hopefully it's the case that they don't throw the Old Testament under the bus.
Right.
I don't think New is really inferior, but they do. I think the Christians that do that are really dishonest, because Genesis is Old Testament. So.
Yeah, I would agree. I would absolutely agree with you that the whole notion is like when they say like, well, that's just what the Jews thought, you know, and to like try to slough it all off on the Jews when they themselves technically, you know, like Christ was Jewish. Technically, the Israelites are Jews. Yeah, they're the chosen people. But it's all like Second Temple Judaism and shit. So I've only ever heard that where they just appeal to like the New Testament is what is new. That's New Covenant. That's Old Covenant. They just kind of like try to wash it away, or they try to scapegoat the Jews for misunderstanding God or whatever. And I don't know of another answer really.
And that would insinuate that God's revelation, because you know how they say the Bible is inspired by God and God's divine words and stuff. That means whoever wrote down that, you know, God said that he regretted appointing King Saul king was getting bad divine revelation, because those are the words of God. So was God purposefully giving bad words to the people that were writing it down? Surely he knew that if he's giving these people divine revelation so they can write it down, that he would not allow them to be flawed in writing those things down, especially when it comes down to the words of God, which means that those words are being directly inspired from God into the writers, right?
Right. It stands to reason that it would be logically possible that the entity could communicate itself in such a way that it could not be misinterpreted or misunderstood. It seems to be a logical possibility. And how I've seen a number of ways they reconcile that by trying to appeal to conditions that exist, but in turn, those conditions necessarily exist because the God wants them to exist. So it's so like literally the God created the system that's resulting in the misinterpretation. So I honestly, that's one of the you've tapped into one of the big things like along my personal journey that's you can't square that circle. And watching them try to, as funny as it is oftentimes a little sad.
Yeah. Omniscience and regret is completely incompatible. Like, it's not compatible whatsoever. So that's one of the main things. But I mean, when you look at religions, like all of these are ancient myths. Like the Bible is from 2,000 years ago. We have Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, like all of these religions talk about heaven and hell. And I mean, no one's ever experienced this stuff, right? We never experienced this stuff, but they're ancient mythologies talking about heavens and hell. And when we couldn't explain certain phenomenons, we would do a God in the gaps and say, you know, there's a God of storm, or the God is like punishing us. That's why there's rain and all sorts of stuff. But now with science, we're understanding more and more things in our natural world, and we're not getting any signs of heavens and hell. I don't think that any God would ever put two human beings up against one of its like former greatest angels. Like Satan would be much more sophisticated, much more intelligent than Adam and Eve, especially when they were naive. So the fact that God would allow them to come into the garden, him being omniscient, he would know that they're in the garden. How can he ever punish those two creatures? And let Satan just run off? Like the whole story makes no sense.
And then to cap it all off, it's because God loves you.
Yeah. And then we have original sin, and then, you know, Eve has to like bear childbirth and all sorts of stuff like that. I mean, all of this stuff makes no sense. And I don't care what anyone says. Genesis and evolution are completely incompatible. God says he did something completely different. When he talks about the cosmos, it's completely wrong and incompatible with evidence that we have now. I mean, so many things don't make any sense in the Bible. These are ancient mythologies, and people still take them serious today, which is surprising.
The one thing Yeah. The one kicker that where I eventually got to with this is kind of like my spin on the Epicurean trilemma, and that is if the God exists and the God predates existence, then that means that there was a point where God was the only thing that existed. Nothing existed external of itself. So there is just the God. That also entails that anything that does exist or comes into existence external of the God comes into existence because the God wants it to, not because it necessarily must come into existence. The God doesn't reference anything external of itself or appeal to anything external of itself in order to determine what it must or must not do. So if everything exists because the God wants it to exist, then that means that the very circumstances that allow for the logical possibilities of evil outcomes, those circumstances exist because the God wants them to exist. By virtue of that, an entity that wants evil when evil is not necessitated, and if you were to eliminate it, does not affect free will in any way, ostensibly, that is an evil entity that is unworthy of worship. And that's kind of where I kind of landed, exploring the logical POE. So...
And that's why like the whole issue with Adam and Eve like makes no sense. He's acting like he's been betrayed so much, but he already knows this is the outcome. Like he created this world where he knew the outcome of this world would be his most powerful former angel going up against naive human beings. Like he knew this sort of stuff. I mean, Adam and Eve were in the garden for not too long. They were completely stupid. And then you have the serpent deceiving them, speaking as a snake and stuff like that. I mean, this stuff makes no sense.
Yeah, even the thing that makes no sense for me too is even the idea of this perfect being, this all-knowing perfect being, is lonely, and now he wants to be loved. So let's create some people to love me. But I can create anything I want. I'm perfect. I'm omniscient. I can do whatever I want. Yeah. But I'm going to make these people in a way where they have a choice not to love me. But if they don't love me, I'm going to send them to a place where I've got a gatekeeper down there who apparently I can't control, who's going to keep them in pain and torture for all of eternity. Yeah.
He also says like he regrets making mankind, but then Noah kind of changes his mind and he goes on with like keeping mankind around and stuff like that. And in the New Testament, we get Jesus Christ. So now he's the savior and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of the stuff makes no sense. God does have a lot of like narcissistic traits, at least the Yahweh God, a lot of narcissistic traits. He requires like this, us to praise him so much, us to love him so much, and all this sort of stuff, which I don't understand why. I don't understand why God would make such a world where everyone would be happy, but we have to deal with all these consequences because he puts us in these positions where he knows it's bad. And again, this is a God that's supposed to be much more intelligent than us, but for some reason he keeps making all these weird inconsistencies. I mean, it makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like how are human beings, how are his creations like pointing out his inconsistencies if he's so powerful? Shouldn't be possible.
Yeah,
I'm loving this. Yeah, and you're pretty much preaching to the choir or preaching to the converted at this point. Matt, you're familiar with the series Preacher?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so many years ago, a comic book artist Garth Ennis, who pretty much got established when he was doing Ghost Rider, he created a comic series called Preacher, which is a story about this preacher who develops a special power and he goes hunting for God. And the way that God is envisioned in this comic series, is God is an entity, ostensibly an alien, this alien entity that discovered the throne of creation, and this entity feeds on love. So that's what like it feeds on the energy of love, and so it creates stuff specifically to love it, to feed itself. And so, and the best form of love, like the best, most nourishing form of love, is love that's chosen instead of love that is forced. And so that's why the whole free will thing is, but we only serve to literally feed the God itself. It's an allegory for humans supplying for humans being its narcissistic supply.
God should have just created a world of puppies then, and they wouldn't have had a problem. So they would all love him.
Us instead. And then there's the theist evolutionists, And I think that they are being honest and acknowledging evolution, but they're also being a little dishonest by trying to merge Genesis and with evolution together. Because God clearly says something completely different. Like, are you telling me the Homo Neanderthals, Homo habilis were like sitting around all that time and God didn't care about them and he was just waiting for us so then we can get the New Testament? And like, all that stuff makes no sense as well. I don't think that makes any sense either.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent points.
But they're a good evolutionary path as far as like their offspring now. They're halfway there. So hopefully their kids or at least their grandkids will put the rest of it together. So yeah. As far as indoctrination goes, they're one more step in the right direction.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we need to evolve more, and there's going to be a New Testament for the people that are going to evolve more, I guess, because the Homo Neanderthals apparently didn't matter much to God or something.
Yeah, all of our like what we have like a 12, 13 different cousins that are all extinct now. I guess they didn't mean shit. So
yeah, they didn't mean shit to God. That's what the theist evolutionist believes, is that they don't mean like anything really. Like the other species, like the dinosaurs, deep time, all of that is compatible with the Bible, according to them.
I like the idea that God just put those bones there to throw us off the scent.
And that's the thing also, like, why would God create such a world where it's not only contradictory towards the Bible, but it's also like it's almost given like reference, like for example, evolution. Like he would know that eventually we'd figure out evolution and how that would be contradictory to the evidence in the Bible and the Genesis account. Why would he do that? Why would he give people so much reasons to not doubt him, especially the empirical world as well? I don't get why he'd ever do that.
Yeah,
99% of all life that ever existed on Earth is extinct. But during Noah's Ark, he's like, no, we're going to have to save at least a couple of each one of these creatures this time.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that makes no sense. So Noah just put 2 of every animal on like a 500-foot boat. I kid you not. The boat apparently like it's like 500 foot. He put 2 of them like on the boat, 2 of every species on the boat. And I guess they all survived. Like they all like didn't like dude, you had like probably like whales and all sorts of like creatures from the waters and like all like there's no way they would have survived in such environments unless like God
why
was,
work
like,
so hard? God speaked the world into existence. Why did he have to be like, all right, we're gonna do this big elaborate production. I'm gonna flood the earth, but first let's just throw a dart on the planet and okay, Noah, you're gonna build an ark. You and your family are going to be allowed to survive. By the way, you only need 2 of each animal, but you're going to take your kids and their wives because apparently you need more of them. Oh, and let's not talk about the incest that happens after the 40 days. Like
another thing that makes no sense is that like if you look at the genealogy of like the whole like Adam and Eve thing, like Noah lived for like 900 years, yet Sarah lived for like 200 something years, and we know, as far as we're aware with empirical evidence, people are only living like they're only getting older now. People are only living longer. Like people apparently Noah lived for 900 years. You had like all of them like were living for hundreds of years. Like shit was like just chilling back then, dude. You had all sorts of diseases back then, like all sorts of crazy shit. You're telling me people were living for 900 years? I mean, come on, dude.
900 years, and no, God didn't happen to deign anybody with the knowledge of germ theory. It's kind of like, I'm sorry, I can't square people living for 900 years while simultaneously shitting in their water source. I can't do it, you know.
And you had Sarah living for 200. Like, what's going on with these people? I mean, people are living for 900, 200 something years in the Bible, and people don't look at these texts with, I think, any sort of like, I think they're too biased. There's too much confirmation bias from them for them to actually analyze what's going on and like just acknowledge this is completely ridiculous.
Also, if I lived for 900 years, do you know how much freaking evidence I would leave behind of my life? Just YouTube alone. You know what 900 years of participating on YouTube would leave behind?
You're right, though. If someone did live for 900 years, like certainly there would be like so much documentation of this guy that keeps on living forever. Like this guy doesn't die. Like he's been here for like 9 centuries at this point.
Yeah, he would have had carved his name into some trees. He probably would have like done some. There would have been so much evidence. He would have probably founded a town somewhere, probably, and it would be, like
900 years is a lot of time. Like for you not to like get so much historical evidence down in 900 years is insane to me.
Yeah, someone breaks into your house for 60 seconds to steal shit, and they leave so much evidence behind. This guy lived for 900 years.
But Noah lived for 900. I think it's like 950 or something, and
we can't even find the 500-foot boat he made. So
the mental gymnastics that it results in them having to perform to get to reconcile this stuff is always pretty. That's the craziest thing to me, is like when trying to reconcile what the thing says with what is demonstrably true is always really, really tough. But yeah, I'm right there with you, Matt.
Yeah, I think the funniest part too is if you're gonna do all this mental gymnastics to justify all of this stuff, why don't they just go to the easiest jump to make, which is just like, look, God just made it look that way. Like,
well, that's even worse. Because then you have God like basically giving us like confusing people for no reason, which would also be an issue. Like, why would God create a world that like is insinuating materialism, but like the Bible is just talking about theism constantly? Like the texts say theism, the real world says materialism. And so like you look at the Bible and you're like, well, I mean, we have these bones. I mean, what about the Neanderthals? What about these other species? What about our genealogy? We know that we evolved. Like, why is God saying he just like breathed and he like put these animals into existence? I mean, it makes no sense.
Definitely.
And also, like, even things within our solar system doesn't make any sense with the God. Like, we know that there is usually like a protoplanetary disk and everything, and apparently there was the Earth was before light and the sun, which also makes no sense. Like, it's usually like you have the main sun, you have the new star, right? And you have like the accretion disk like around the star, like. And you have gravity and like things are coming together and stuff building planets. It's not usually the thing that whatever like God was describing. So that makes no sense. Like also,
if we ever have aliens visit and communication is a possibility, that's going to be one of my first questions to them.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be like, so God, did you have such a thing? Do you have such a thing?
I guarantee you this. I guarantee you, if we ever run into smart aliens, not like just the regular aliens that are just like living creatures, if we ever run into intelligent, aliens, if you ask them, do you guys still believe in God? The first thing they're going to tell you is, you guys haven't gone over that yet. Like, that's not something you guys left behind yet.
Actually,
I promise you. That's
the
the first
interesting
thing
part of the question I'd like to know, though, is did they ever invent or believe in a God? Or is that just something that us humans did? Like war. I think war is a human thing. I think any aliens that were to come to our planet would go, what the fuck are you guys doing, man? Why are you shooting at each other?
I think that intelligence, like enough intelligence, will eventually lead to like some sort of wars. I think that aliens probably had their own wars too. And if they're intelligent enough, or if they're anywhere like similar to us in terms of like intelligence, like creation, innovation, I think they probably ran into their own wars or had some of their own religions. But if we ran into aliens, I think that'd be like a massive thing to delegitimize Christianity, as well as the fact that there's like just aliens sitting around in our universe.
That would definitely shake things up. It would.
Until an Earthling converts an alien into Christianity, then it's all fucked again.
Converts an alien? Oh no, dude! People are gonna try. I think the aliens would be way too smart. They're like, dude, like.
Ray Comfort shows up with a banana
into pieces. Like, please, dude, stop trying to do this to me right now.
Ray Comfort shows up with a banana and just puts it in the alien's hand and goes, "Look how that fits." Tell me there's no God.
Yeah, like consistency within the universe, like the universe and like galaxies, and things like that. Like our solar system. The fact that things can be visualized as being consistent within the parameters that they exist in is like evidence for God for some reason. Like, how dare physical things like be consistent or operate in a certain way given their parameters and given the physical constraints that they have? Like, how dare they be consistent? Like, the fact that everything's not insane is like evidence for God for somehow.
Right.
But like black holes are not like evidence against God, right? Apparently.
Yeah. And don't forget, bananas were engineered by humans. they don't exist like that in nature. But anyway, sorry, JL.
No, it's a problem.
It's your show.
But yeah, Matt, we're pretty much on the same page across the board, and I know that we could probably do an entire show alone and all the inconsistencies. Yeah. But I appreciate you coming up, dude. I think we got time for one more before we got to close it out. So, but I do appreciate you coming up, Matt. And I saw that you're having a pretty lively discussion over there in the side chat there for a while. So,
Yeah, I'll probably start talking to someone in the side chat, but I appreciate you allowing me to come up here, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, bud.
Thanks, man.
All right. Fun time. Yeah, we could do like an entire 2-hour run on just from beginning to end and all the problems with it. All right. I think we got time for one more before we hit the 2:00 mark, and that's where we're good to go. I think because Kale has not been up before. Kale's a new person. Let's bring up Kale.
Come on up, Kale.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
How's it going? We got time for we got about 15 minutes, so we can close out the show. But what do you got for us today?
Well, first off, I do want to say I really like the argument that you were putting forth about how water was supposed, like you literally have to put it in the category where Protestant, or should I say Christianity, broadly speaking, is in opposition to some of the most fundamental tenets of physics and astronomy and whatnot. Because you're exactly right. The Bible first says there's water before there's ever light, and so the very mechanism that makes hydrogen, or that makes the elements that come in, or the dynamics that bring about oxygen are not. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the creation order is completely out. The whole thing is out of whack. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I was actually watching you have a conversation with a buddy of mine, Duck, and I was really intrigued with your initial approach to when you were critiquing the cogito, because I too agree that it is a presupposition that the being the element entity having the experience is the same thing as the I. But isn't it also just as much a presupposition to assume that they're not connected, that it's something else?
Yeah. You could start from the experience, and experience is being had. Then the question becomes, what is the thing that is having the experience? And we presume that it is I because of the sense of self in that respect, but that is still that still could be a projection, and we acknowledge that it could potentially be a projection of something. Like it, the question then becomes like, what is the thing doing the projecting? Like the whole Descartes' demon thing in that respect. So I think it's like, because it's an experience that is being had singular, that appears to be being had singularly as a person, then that's what kind of gets you to the I'm having the experience. So, but yeah, you are right. It is still a presupposition.
Right. Yeah. No. And see, that's another thing I was thinking of as well, is that I don't think that there's any description or definition of what I is apart from the experiencee, right, or the experiencer.
Right.
I think it's any definition of I would be if it's not founded on that, then it's tenuous at best, right? Like, or not founded in something substantive, but rather just assumed or hoped for, I guess.
Agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And just because we haven't been able to identify anything that kind of breaks that. Like, could it be something else? Can we demonstrate the possibility of that? Or can we demonstrate that is a thing that is, there? While we acknowledge the logical possibility of it, we can't demonstrate it. We can't seem to be able to break it. So it's kind of like we're stuck in that quagmire, by virtue of our very biology.
Absolutely. Well, okay, so that brings me to I guess my actual topic. It's that so I agree with you, so I'm actually a transcendental presuppositionalist myself. It's just my apologetic approach, right? And the reason why is because exactly what we were just talking about. Like, it's important what we're to acknowledge what we're assuming, presupposing, or outright have evidence for, right? Now, and I've heard a lot of critiques of the cogito, but my critique of any critiques of the cogito have always come down to the fact that whatever they're calling out in the cogito is also something that their worldview, any other worldview, also has just as much difficulty at answering. So, for instance, the telos or meaning has to be presupposed by both the atheist and the theist to have for anything to actually have meaning, or the presupposition of mathematics or logic, that there's something, right. But me, I'm a more of a deist, or a deistic type of theist. I do believe in the eternal I, or omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, but in just looking at a theistic worldview versus a materialistic atheistic worldview, I'm sorry, and I'm more specifically a panpsychist. So juxtaposing a panpsychist perspective versus a material atheistic perspective, I would go down the banner of initial meta level presuppositions that we both need to make intelligible sense of anything in our worldviews, such as logic and facts and whatnot. You have to presuppose subjectivity. You have to presuppose meaning in language, right? But being a panpsychist, one meta level presupposition that I don't have to carry the burden of is the unjustified presupposition in an external objective material world. So, and I'm quoting V.O. Quine here in his famous philosophical paper called Two Dogmas of Empiricism, where he says, I quote, echoing Berkeley, Hume, Kant, where he says, quote, mankind has yet to provide a sufficient justification for the belief in the existence of the objective external material world. So that as a panpsychist, believing that everything exists within and the substrata of reality is ultimately subjective, it's consciousness. I don't carry a burden to justify an external objective material world because I don't believe that there is one. Would you say that there's, just comparing the foundations of two worldviews, that a reduction in that sort of necessity for a presupposition is something substantive, and maybe even something that could kind of harken Occam's razor, or more efficient, less cumbersome?
So while I understand it, I can only tell you that ostensibly it's unfalsifiable. Okay, so I couldn't there's no evidence that I could utilize to break it, because because every world gets hung on a horn of the trilemma. No matter what you are, you're going to get hung on one. So it's unavoidable in that respect. Because what's being asserted is unfalsifiable. The only thing I could respond to it with is that when someone has brought that up to me in the past, the notion that could be the notion, that very notion, the very concept, has always felt extremely narcissistic, because it puts the humans, the experiencer, as the focal point of existence, and that the experience is what existence is predicated upon. And while I can't defeat that because of its unfalsifiable nature, I can say that that feels very, very narcissistic. And I've always been kind of repelled away from it, because I would never want to assume that existence itself is predicated upon my experiencing of things. I would never think that I was that important, or that I had that kind of effect, that I am merely a product of the universe that is experiencing the universe that I am a product of. That seems more grounded to me. So I can only come at it with that. I wouldn't accept it just because, it doesn't jive. It doesn't vibe with me.
So let me say two things in response to that, and I appreciate that, because that's very fair, I think. The first is that I think even given the unfalsifiability of it, it still is. Don't you think at least intriguing in terms of an unjustified presupposition is different than most presuppositions that we have. Associating the I with the one experiencing, I wouldn't say that that's unjustified. I would say that that's unproven or unverified.
Right.
But certainly there's a justification there. An unjustified presupposition is something significant. And so either way, I'd point out that though I can understand the unfalsifiability and kind of a leeriness towards it. I would say that is it not at least intriguing how simpler the answer is, or so I'd say that. And then the other thing I'd say is too, I can understand how you would how anybody can see it as narcissistic. Essentially, what I'm saying is that we are all God, singular, that we are all God, dreaming that we're not, and that there's an infinite number of expressions and lifetimes. And
Right.
but what I wouldn't do though is diminish the value of the subjective perspective of your dog. Right? There's a reason why I don't beat my dog. It's not because it's not human, so fuck it, but rather because it feels just in many ways just like I do it. And not only that, I would also say that I think reality itself, the experienced or the thing being experienced, is itself a conscious reflection back to us, just one that we can't perceive, call it illusory or whatever have you. So I would see how Christians would definitely have that argument that it's narcissistic. I would be a lot harsher with Christians just because I think that tends to be a cop out for them.
Right.
They're searching for more God, more of God in life, and to find that they are God, dreaming that they're not, should actually really be the greatest possible news ever. But kind of what I always say to them is, it's kind of the best possible solution that there is. That nothing is, one day there'll be a point when nothing is hidden, and that everything is as perfect as it once was, just to go through the cycle again. You know what I mean? But either way, with that being said, yeah, I would say that isn't it intriguing that just kind of the simplicity of the significant reduction in an unjustified presupposition when it comes to the basic foundation of a worldview, and that being God could be seen as narcissistic.
Yeah, I get the appeal. I can understand the appeal. I can. Like I said, it's not something that I vibe with. Because we're right at the limit there. Justin, you got anything to say on that?
Nope.
Okay. So, but yeah, I follow along with you. I get the appeal of it, Kale. I do.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too, bud. Take care.
Yeah, one of the reasons though is just because God created me with a bladder, and right at that moment he was like, I don't want Justin to engage here, so he tickled it, and I had to walk away. So I missed like 30 seconds of what you guys were talking about.
Oh, it's all good. All right, that was interesting. And although I find it a little, one of the last things he said there is like things will return to the perfect state that they were. And I think that Kale, if you can hear this, I think that some thought on that, because if a thing was perfect, then it can't change, because change would denote that it's getting better, that it's improving, or it's either getting better or getting worse. So if it's perfect, then that denotes, or that entails that it can't change, because it has achieved a state in which it can never get any better. And if it was possible for it to get worse, then it was never perfect to begin with, because that perfect, it's kind of locks it into that static state. So returning to perfect would be kind of like, is that a misnomer? Or
once you're perfect, if you change, you weren't actually ever perfect.
Yeah, you weren't ever actually perfect, if change is possible. So if we were once perfect, we could never not be perfect, is the whole key on that one. So I think that may necessitate some additional, like, kind of like plumb those depths a bit on that statement you made. All right.
Perfect is one of those words, much like infinity and beginning, that it's a tough word.
Right. Okay, well, it is just after 2. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. I think we're in good shape. I know we had some other hands up. Trez for Prez, I see you got your hand up. But we are right here at the limit, at the 2 o'clock mark. So this is typically where we end the show. But I hope we can catch you on the next one. So for those who are new here, I am JL. With my guest today was Justin. His channel is Skeptic Spin. Justin, tell him what you got going on, and plug your shit.
Yeah, so I've added the Skeptic Spin link into the chat. I don't know if everybody can see it because I don't technically have those powers, but I assume it went through. I am in the middle of a weekend of like my coming out weekend with this brand new channel at Skeptic Spin. So I'm doing a push for subscribers right now. I had a great event last night where we discussed American politics, and I had President Sunday and Ozian and Maya Atkinson and Nick Suter on. So you can go check out that in the Wayback Machine if you want. But for now, if you would head over to at Skeptic Spin and hit that subscribe button, what you'll get is tonight I have John Gleason on, the Godless Engineer, also hosts on the line. He's going to come on and hang out with us for a little bit. Next week, I have Mr. Anderson and David Fitzgerald. Now, if you don't know who David Fitzgerald is, he's an atheist author, and he's got a new bunch of books out. So he's going to come and hang out with me and then for me, the big one. And now I met all of these people at BajaCon just this past weekend, and they're so amazing that I've got the Friendly Atheist coming up in September already booked, locked in to come hang out on my channel as well. So if you're familiar with any of these people, and if my ability to dangle them as bait to get a subscription out of you is successful, thank you. If it's not, then stay here. I don't want you anyways. No, I'm just joking. But JL, this was a great time. Thank you so much for having me over here. I'm officially putting myself in the position of trying to hit 200 subscribers before you get to 8,000. That's the game I'm gonna play.
Ooh, and I'm close. I know I'm only like 80 away. I'm something like close to like 80 subscribers to 8K.
Yeah.
So
if anyone here isn't subscribed to JL, thank you.
So yeah, and thank you so much, Justin, for coming on. Look at you getting all the famous names on your channel, and I don't have them on my channel. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but yeah, this is fantastic. Everybody, go check out Skeptic Spin. It's at Skeptic Spin on YouTube. Throw him a subscribe. Check out his stuff. He's got some great interviews coming up. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. And if you like this kind of content, you can check out my channel, which is at JL Warren. It's called Bridge the Divide. It's unmistakable. It's the big guy with the beard on the screen, so you'll be able to see me. And we do all kinds of stuff there. I have these conversations. I do creative content, and I do like Friday hangouts, all kinds of stuff. And I like to engage in these discussions. So an absolute blast. So I appreciate everybody in the audience here on Discord. A huge giant thank you to the Politics Discord for hosting this. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, all the people that came up on the stage. We had a fantastic stage of reason. So this has been absolutely great. So from here, we're going to close it out. So as always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and we will see you on the next one. Okay. And thank you so much. Thank you, Justin, again. Appreciate it.
It was awesome.
How do I end the stage? I need to be able to end it. I'll figure it out here in a second. All right. Well, a huge thank you to everybody here in the live chat. All right. And thank you, Frayed Edges. Thank you so much for hanging out. Drop a link in the chat. So the Politics Discord. Let me copy that, and I will post it here in the live chat for you. Bam. Yeah, me trying to tech. It's always fantastic. Yeah, Discord is such a wonky beast. So there's the link to the Discord, to the Politics Discord, if you'd like to come up on the stage and talk with us on the next one. The next stage of reason will be September 15th. Sunday, September 15th, same time, 9:30. You'll get the notification if you're subscribed to my channel. So I do appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you to the gifted memberships and the membership milestones. It's always great to see those. I have got new content coming up, so be ready for that. It's going to drop here pretty soon as I get done editing it. And of course, I'm going to get back to doing the Friday hangouts as well, because once things get settled down in my personal life, I'll be able to do things a little bit more consistently. And don't forget, Week in Horror, our horror film podcast, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. You can check that out over at Week in Horror. The links to everything you need is down in the description. So a huge, giant thank you to everybody. Okay, you guys have been amazing. We're going to have some great chats in the future, and I hope to see you on the next one. As always, I've been your host, JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. Be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. See ya.